Hello, I'm Mrs H. You can find my patterns at www.mrs-h.com. In this video we're going to be learning how to sew the studio backpack. This is a great size bag for any occasion. It's got short carry handles and also backpack straps. There's two large pockets on the front and back. This one is fastened with a magnetic snap and this one with a half moon magnetic snap. There's feet and a really lovely sturdy base. The top fastens with a zip. It opens nice and wide. And then inside you've got the choice of a large slip pocket and a zip pocket. And this zip pocket comes with a contrast fabric in the back there. So that's great for featuring any kind of fabric that you've just got a little scrap of. There's a lot of skill builders in this pattern. It's fun to sew. It's also a little bit of a challenge so that you can learn some new techniques. We've got rivets, hardware, different strap techniques, different stabilisers, but it's a lot of fun to sew. I've really enjoyed making mine and I can't wait to see yours. Right, let's start with the stabilisers. So I've got my exterior pockets here, and once you've interfaced them and cut them out, or cut them out and then interface them, I like to interface first and then cut out. Then you're going to add your Decaville light to the wrong side of the exterior pockets. So you can see it's ½ inch smaller on all sides. Let's see if I can swap you around so that you can see. And then I've lined them up by marking the centre points on both the top and the bottom and just lining them up so that they're completely even. And then just fuse those on and you can pop those to one side for now until we need them later in the instructions. I will pop them somewhere where I'll probably lose them. I'll put them, I should try not to lose them. Pop them down there. Right. So now we're going to apply the foam stabiliser to our exterior pieces, and I've just rough cut around to cut my foam down to size. Okay. Now on the exterior pieces, I've marked where to stop sewing, or where to start and stop sewing when you baste this into place. So I've marked ½ inch up from the corner cutout and ½ inch in from the corner cutout. So you're going to start and stop basting here and here, which means that you'll be able to trim away ½ inch foam stabiliser from each corner cutout. And then in the top, I've also marked here ½ inch from the corner so that you can cut away that bit of foam in the corner there. And this just reduces bulk. If you've got an industrial machine, you probably don't need to do this, but it would be helpful for most people. And then from the top of the tabs, I've marked 1½ inches down so that you'll be able to trim this top bit of foam away. So when you sew, you're just going to sew between that mark there and that mark there so that you can trim the foam away, and then between these two side ones there. Okay, so that's the same on both sides. I've done that. Now we're going to smooth this out, and what I like to do is I like to give it a little press with a steam iron onto the foam. My foam is not fusible. I prefer non-fusible foam, but I just like to give it a steam press, and then that helps the nap of the foam sort of rise up a little bit, and it sort of grips it slightly just while you're basting it into place. So I'm going to pin. I'm going to like to use pins for my basting. I'm going to pin in this bottom corner here and then smooth in the diagonal direction away from it and pop a pin in there as well. And then I'm going to just smooth from the centre again. This just keeps it nice and taut so you don't get too much foam for your fabric, and just smooth away in the opposite direction again diagonally. Pop a pin in there, and I like to keep my pins quite far away from the edge just so you don't have to run over them. So I'll do the bottom in the centre and smooth away in the opposite direction towards the top. and then again on these two side edges. And because I am quite a wonky stitcher, I'm not ashamed to admit it, I like to also pin in these top areas as well, just to make sure that I'm not going too wonky when I'm basting. So just pin that in the top sort of tab bits. These bits at the top are what's going to form our tabs for our hardware. And I might just for the fun of it, just do these bottom corners as well, just to be sure. Okay, so now I'm ready to baste. I'm going to get my machine all threaded up with the right thread, and I'll set it to my longest stitch length, which on mine is a number 6, and then I'll come back and we'll baste all the way around the edge. Right, so now we're ready to baste. So I'm just going to start on one of the long edges down here by the 1/2 inch mark. And I like to baste at 1/4 inch because my seam allowance is 3/8 of an inch. And I'm using a number 6, and I'm just gonna, I don't need to reverse, I don't need to backstitch at the start and the end, because this is purely to hold the foam into place. If you'd prefer to, please do. Okay, so I've stopped at that 1/2 inch mark. Now I'm just going to move around to the next 1/2 inch mark, start again. Lovely, right, so we are all basted around. And I think I may have, I've lost the zip, that's okay. I knew I heard something fall on the floor there. Alright, so we'll take all of our pins out, and then we'll trim away the excess foam from the seam allowance. And we'll cut those extra corners and things off as well. So, all of these pins away. Now I like to use some micro serrated scissors, and what I do is I turn my piece over and then I cut on the back. So I pull it back, if you can see there, maybe let me swap you to the close-up view. So I pull my foam back away from the fabric and then trim along there. I wonder if I can do this and still show you in the close-up view. So I sort of run the edges of my scissors along the fabric like that. That's probably maybe a better view this way. Just making sure that I don't catch the fabric underneath. I'm only trimming through the foam there. Swap you back so you can see the whole piece. Now because we've got these corner cutouts, I'm going to do all of the side edges first. You know, the bits that haven't got funny cutouts, and then I'll come back to the cutouts afterwards. So I'm just going to trim up the side as well. So I'm ignoring that corner cutout there and just keeping going as though it's you know, as though it's basted all the way. And then when I come to this top tab, I'm folding it back, just trimming straight across between those two lines like that. Okay, so there's no foam stabiliser in that very top section of the tab, and that will help you get a nice neat finish on that tab when you come to stitch it and turn it through, and then fold it over, and then you've got rivet, so you don't really want the extra bulk in there. And I'll just do the same to the other side. Don't worry too much if you're you know, if your snipping is not quite fully accurate around those bits. Just doing it to try and reduce bulk, and you shouldn't see it too much. It's sort of hidden in the folding over when you fold the tab over, so you shouldn't see it too much. Right, so I'm back to the end. just trim that little extra bit off. We'll need the offcuts from that, so don't get rid of it altogether. Put it on my rolls there. Right, so we've got no foam stabiliser in these top 2 corners, and I'm going to just trim away these corners as well. And there is a little dotted line on the pattern piece to show you where to do this. But you can just literally do a little square if you prefer, if you find that easier. Just as long as you're reducing the bulk out of these corners, so that when you stitch them together and you press them, there's not extra bulk there. Now these corners, what I like to do is from the right side trim as far as the edge of the fabric. On both sides, and then we're cutting 1/2 inch into that. So what you could do is with your ruler you could just draw a line and then trim it, or you can sort of freehand it, which is what I'm going to do, and just go from the edge of your stitching and cut into the foam. Again, it doesn't matter too much if you're not too accurate with this bit. This will be hidden in your box corners at the bottom. Okay, don't panic too much. Right. On this one, it's the preparation, I think that's the key to make it a little bit easier to sew. Right, so there's our exterior panel finished, and as if by magic, here's one I made earlier. Ta-da! So I've got 2, both fairly similar, I would say. And then what we need to do is, it'll be on the next page there, we need to get our pattern piece and mark from the pattern piece the feet placement. We're going to punch the holes for that now, and then we're going to put the feet in right at the very end on the very last step. So I'm going to use my hole punch just to punch these holes in the paper. I don't know how well these, well, it works alright actually. Let me know how well the sort of fabric hole punches work on paper, but it works right. So just lay this on top, like so, and then use a pencil or a pen or something to mark through. In theory you won't see that because you're going to be punching a hole exactly where that mark is. And then we'll flip it over and do the same on this side. Just make sure you've got it nicely lined up. I've got a bit of metallic in my fabric, which is absolutely gorgeous, but doesn't take to the pencil very well. Right, if you haven't got a little hole punch like this, then you could use a hammer and a hole punch. That will work just as well. So just punch those holes, and we're going to do this on the other exterior piece as well. Let's give it a little wiggle, and we can add a dab of fray check to that fabric hole as well, just to make sure that no holes expand, because you might lose your feet that way. So put that one to one side, grab our second one. We'll do exactly the same on this one. So lay the pattern piece on, mark the placement, flip it over. It's a lovely bit of metallic there as well. It's a gorgeous sort of copper metallic. I do like a bit of shininess. Do you like a bling? So we don't need that pattern piece again for the minute, so we can pop it to one side until you come to make your next one. And hole there as well. Add a dab of fray check to both of these, as we did before. And then we can just completely ignore those holes until we come to the end when we want to insert the feet. Right, so these exterior pieces can just be put to one side now. We've done our exterior pockets, what we need to them, so we can put them to one side as well. And then we can move on to the lining pockets. So we're going to start with our lining pockets now, and I've got one of my lining panels. We'll need that for putting the zip pocket into. And then I've got my zip pocket facing, which is this piece. It's 1 3/8 of an inch high. We've got our zip pocket bottom, which is this piece, and I've written on the back which one that is, J3. And our zip pocket top, which is exactly the same width but higher by an inch, and I've written on that one J2. Okay, I'll give you a few instructions if you've got directional fabric, but the instructions are in the pattern as well if you've got directional fabric, so don't panic too much. Oh, we need my zip that I lost. Hang on a sec. Okay. You couldn't see me crawl on the table then, did you? Right, so we'll pop that to one side and we'll take our lining panel. And if you haven't done this already, mark the centre, top and bottom of this. Just helps with lining everything up now and a little bit later. Might swap my pencil for a pen there. Seen a little bit better for you, and we'll do the bottom as well. We'll do it within the seam allowance so it's not seen, just as long as you can see it during construction, that's fine. And we'll do the same on the facing, just so I can line them up. Now usually your facing would be the same fabric as your lining panel, just so that if there's any slightly less turned through bits that you don't see it so much. Now on the, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. We need to draw a box on this facing here. Let's see if you'll be able to see it a little bit closer on this one. Okay. So we're going to draw a line 1/2 inch away from the top and the bottom edge, the long edges, and 1 inch in from there. So actually, if I bring it there, you'll be able to see it better. So first of all, I'm going to do 1 inch in from each edge. That just gives you a little bit extra to hang on to when you're turning it through. And then 1/2 inch on the long edge. So that's 2.5 centimetres on each short end and 1.2 centimetres on these long ends. Okay, so just finish this box off. Just have a look, see if you can see that. You can't see that too well, let me go over it with a pen. Just want to make sure that you're able to see it on the screen when you're watching this. That's a little bit better, isn't it? A bit darker there. Right, now before we sew this, we're going to draw a line down the centre long ways, or lengthwise probably is better there. Okay, now don't you use pen unless it's not going to be visible. So if you've got dark fabric, then that's okay, but if you're using light fabric like me, don't use pen. Use a chalk marker or something you can erase or something you can wash out. Okay, just in case it's seen. We're going to draw a little triangle at each end there. Okay, now that's a fairly standard box for a zip pocket. What we're going to do then, we're going to get our main lining panel, and I'm doing this upside down to me so that it's right way round to you. Okay, so that you can see it. And we're going to place this matching the centre, so match the centre of your facing to the centre of your lining panel, and we are going to place this 1.5 inches from the top edge. So use your ruler to just make sure that your ruler is parallel along the top edge there, and that you've got a line matching the centre line, so that you can place your facing so it's perfectly straight. And once you're happy with that, pop a little pin in each end. Try not to move your facing as you do this. It's just purely and simply going to hold that in place. If you'd like to, you can add another one in the middle, or a couple in the middle if you'd like to. Which way am I going to do? I'm going around that way, so maybe I'll add a pin. Oh, that's a bit of a wonky pin. Add a pin in the middle that way, so that as I'm sewing I can pull this one out. Now we're going to sew it around all 4 edges of this box, and I'm going to use, so my normal stitch length is a 3. I'm going to use a 2 for this one, and as I come close to the corners I'm going to decrease my stitch length so that I can get really close, tight into that corner without overshooting the end of the mark. So the smaller the stitch length, the more accurate you can be on those ends there. And then when we get to this corner, we're going to stop with the needle down, lift up the presser foot and pivot the fabric underneath until we're facing the right way again. Then we're going to drop the presser foot again and keep sewing to the end. Leave the needle down, lift the presser foot, pivot again and keep going. And that's how we're going to go around all 4 edges without stopping. Well, we'll pause, but we won't stop. Might pause for a while. Okay, so I'm taking my speed right the way down so that it can be a little bit more accurate. I'm just going to sew around all 4 edges now. I like to start, let me turn this around so you can see. I like to start in this top corner here when I'm sewing around the box. So I'm going to start here on this panel, and then later when we sew the zip in, I'll start down here in the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to start here and then later on I'm going to start there. So that means that your little bit of back stitching, if you do a little bit of back stitching, is kind of offset and reduces the bulk a little bit. So move that out of the way here and I'll get started and go all the way round back to where we started. I'm starting with my needle down so that when we get to the corners, because my machine is very clever, and if you start with the needle down it stops with the needle down, so that when I get to the corners my needle will still be down. Right, before we forget now, change your stitch length back up to what you would usually have it on. And then what we can do is take your pins out, trim your threads, as we usually would do. Now what I like to do before I cut anything is I like to press these stitches to make sure that they're really sort of sunk in. My iron turns itself off after a little while, so I have to start it up again by putting it down. And put that bent pin over there in the hope that I don't use it again. So I'm just going to press directly on top of these stitches that we've already done. And that just helps them to set a little bit. Now you can use tiny scissors. I like to get started with a craft knife, and then I'm going to use my scissors. I should probably use my small scissors. So I'm just going to cut a little bit in the middle just to get me started, and I'm cutting along that centre line where we drew earlier. Okay, so I've got a little hole there. Now grab yourself a pin or two and pop that through the stitching at the end, like so. Okay, and we'll do the same with the other side as well. And this is just going to stop you snipping through your stitches as you're trimming this. So now I'm going to pop my scissors in and keep going all the way along this line to the end. And then up both arms of the triangle. I'm going to snip as close as I can to these stitches without actually going through any of them. Okay, I'm just taking dainty little snips there, just to make sure I don't go through it. And then we'll go along the other side as well. All the way to the end. And then just up into the points of the triangle. Again, as close as we can. That's snipping through. Let me double check I've got as close as I can. Yeah, great. Okay. Now we're going to, we'll take those pins out as well, before we forget. We go back over to the ironing board, and from here, let me move the iron out of the way so you can see. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press up away from the lining with my iron. Okay, so let me just see if you can see that. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to press with my iron up, away. So it's just pressing that facing away, and it's just teaching that fabric how to sit once we've turned it through. Then I'm going to turn it around and do the same on the top. So I'm going to press up and away from the lining, just sort of training this fabric with a bit of steam. And then on the ends, do the same. So press them in towards where that hole is that we've just snipped. This just gives you a really nice, neat finish on there. Okay, we'll just let that cool down for a minute. Have a minute to cool. And then we just push that through to the other side. So can you see I've pushed my facing through. Now, as best you can, just use your fingers to manipulate that facing behind, and you should be able to get quite a nice, neat edge on that from doing that extra pressing. This is a little bit more long-winded, but I think you get a nicer finish, much neater finish, definitely. Just press a little bit, so fold it back, press a little bit, fold it back, press a little bit. Okay, so that's my bottom edge done. I'm going to try my top edge next, and then we'll come back and do the side edges afterwards. And the reason I always press from the front is because I think you inevitably are going to get creases on one side or the other when you do this. So if you're pressing from the front, the creases that you get, or those little laughter lines in the corners, are going to be on the back, so quite nicely hidden. I'd always rather have my have any creases or little wrinkles hidden on the back than on the front. Right, so just as you come to the end, just flatten all of that down nicely, and we can go over it all again. Just make sure it's sitting nice and neat. Just make it a little bit easier to place your zip and sew it into place, everything later. Right, so once you're happy that the front is good, then you can turn it around and do the back. So I'm just going to press it on the back, and there are a few creases, but that's okay because literally nobody is going to see it apart from you. And I would like to think that you're not going to tell anybody at all that I've got a few wrinkles hidden in my zip pocket. Right, so once we are happy with that, I can actually just leave that at the ironing board because we're done with that for the minute. And you could pop something like your ruler on top, or if you've got a tailor's clapper, pop that on top, and that will just help train it to sit nice and flat, nice and neat there. Okay, so while we get on with the next bit, that can be doing its job. Right, so now we need our J2 and J3, and I'm going to double check my instructions before I do this. Right, okay, so if you've got directional fabric, take note of the instructions now. So it says add a line of double-sided basting tape to the upper edge on the right side of the zip pocket. I will do this backwards to me so it looks right to you. Okay. So I lost the middle of my tape, so I'm using the outside. Okay, so I'm pretending that my fabric has got a direction, and I'm going to add the tape to the upper edge on the right side. So that is the upper edge. That's the top of my print we're imagining. Okay, my poor tape, middleless, and we're just adding it right along the very, very, very top. And this is wash away or washable 1/4 inch double-sided tape, and this is the only one I've found that doesn't gum up my needle, is the wash away one. Now then we place the number 3 zip right side up on top, line up the raw edges and centers with the pull to the right. So that's going to be this side for you as you're looking at it. My zip is slightly shorter than the 10 inches, is it? No, it is exactly 10 inches, that's fine. But we would usually measure to the centre and mark it, and then mark the centre here so that you're lining up the centres. I'm going to pretend I've measured mine and placed it right sides up. Okay. So there we go. So this is the top of my fabric, and that's the bottom of my fabric. Now once you place this on top, we're going to stitch along here. We're just going to baste it into place using a scant 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'll change back to my basting stitch. Better just double check where it is on mine for a scant 1/4 inch. I've been using a different machine at the moment, just for a little while. It's got me a little bit confused with things, purely and simply because I don't want to carry my machine down the stairs in the studio. That's all it is. Although I have been missing this machine. Right. Okay, once that's basted, we're just going to turn that over and press it so that the right side of the zip is on the wrong side of the fabric. We'll move our, well, that's cooled down nicely and it's sort of set into place. That's good. So we'll just press this into place, and you can press from either side, it doesn't matter. This side is probably a little bit more accurate, to make sure that you've got the fabric sort of pulled back from the zip teeth. It doesn't really matter, you can press from either side. If you've got a zip that the teeth don't like being pressed, just make sure that you cover those with something, or you don't press directly on the teeth. Either way is fine. Right, so what we've got is our right side of our zip on the wrong side of the fabric, and the wrong side of the zip on the right side of the fabric. And I'm going to follow the instructions again to make sure that I don't give you anything wrong. Okay, so, and I've been using this technique for about 3 years now, but I still always follow the directions just to be sure. Right, so don't top stitch that yet, we'll just hang on to that for the minute. So now we need our zip pocket top, J2. Okay, now if your fabric is directional, again, you would add your tape to the upper edge of zip pocket top. So I'm going to pretend that this is the upper edge, so that it's the right way for you looking at it, and that's the bottom. So I'm going to add my tape to the upper edge here, or what we've pretended is the upper edge. This is probably how my tape lost its middle, because I couldn't find it. Okay, so again, just right on the very edge there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to turn that 180 degrees so that the upper edge is actually on the bottom now. And then we're going to place this panel, the bottom and the zip, on top, so that the zip teeth are facing you, and the wrong side of the fabric is facing you. And we're going to line up the centres again. So line it up so that the edge of the zip is matching the raw edge of the fabric. Okay, so that in the middle there we've got both fabrics facing each other. And we're going to do exactly the same as we did on this one. Stitch it with a scant 1/4 inch seam allowance. Let me turn you through to the other view so that you can just see exactly what I'm doing there. As I come up to this zip, I'll just move it out of the way. And then we are going to fold that over again and give that a little press like we did on the first side. And I know this feels wrong. I know it doesn't feel like it should. You know, it feels like you've put your zip in back to front. I know that. Just trust these steps, and it'll be fine. Says she who still has to follow her own instructions after 3 years. Always better to be safe than sorry, isn't it? Okay. And just pressing that back to make sure that the fabric is out of the way of the teeth, and then just flip it over to the other side. Be sure that that's all lovely and pressed back out of the way. Okay. So now this is our pocket, and now that's facing me, so let's turn it around so it's facing you. So our zip pocket bottom is the shorter piece, and our zip pocket top is the longer piece. And you should have the right side of the zip and the wrong side of the fabric, and the wrong side of the zip and the right side of the fabric. So once we sew this into place, we're going to fold that down to meet the bottom edge. Just gives us a little bit of extra wiggle space for whatever you put into your pocket. You don't want your pocket sort of distorting or pulling out of shape. So now grab back your lining panel with the box that we've already sewn, and we're going to add some double-sided tape to the outside edges of this box. Here, just right on the very, very edge, and add it to the fabric rather than to the panel that we've just done, and this minimises the chances of it being seen through the gap. Okay, so I just add it along the top and the bottom. If you'd like to add some on the ends as well, you can do, just to be sure that it's holding in the right place. That's fine. So I'm doing this again as though it's facing you, so that you can see what it's supposed to look like from your point of view. We'll peel the backing off of there, and then we get our panel, and we are going to just pop that through the window there. And in theory, the ends of your fabric should match up with the ends of the facing here. But you should have your shorter panel on the bottom and your longer panel on the top, or your higher panel on the top. So just very, very lightly pressing that into place so I can turn it over and then discover I was miles out, and just manoeuvre this into place so that those zip teeth are showing nicely through that box that we've sewn, so it's nice and even. And you've got a couple of goes here to make sure that this is sitting pretty nice and even. Right, now my zip is slightly shorter, I think, so I'm just going to peel that off, even though that was beautifully placed, and just manipulate it so that it's exactly in the centre of the box. There we go, that's better. I had a big gap on one end for some reason. I shall blame it on my wonkiness. Right, so let's change back so that you can see how I've placed that. Okay, so once you're happy with it, press down just onto that tape to hold it in place while we sew. That tape should hopefully hold it in in place so it doesn't wiggle around or anything. Now, as I said earlier, when I start sewing, I mean, you can choose where you like to start sewing, but I like to start sewing here in the bottom corner and then go all the way around the outside and back to there. Okay, and I just think that's probably one of the least noticeable places. You would probably have chosen a thread which matches your fabric and is not going to be seen. I've gone for navy, just so I don't have to change my thread part way through. But it does mean it'll be more visible. So when you see all my wonky stitches, please just ignore them, okay? So I'm going to pop this under my machine foot. Just going to roll this up a little bit so that everything can sit nice and neat in my machine as I place it. And you're going to start sewing 1/8 of a quarter, that's 3mm, away from the edge of that box. Make sure that your stitch length, now for top stitching I usually do a number 3, but I'm going to turn it down to a number 2, and as I did before, just as I come to these corners, reduce it down even further, maybe to a number 1, just so I can get right into those corners very accurately. I'm going to start with my needle down again, and as we did before, once you get to the corner, stop with your needle down, lift your presser foot, pivot, press the foot back down again and keep sewing, okay? Just take your time on this, there's no rush. Right, there we go, so our zip pocket is in place, and then just to form the rest of that pocket, we're just going to fold it down. So fold the top down to meet the bottom. And if your cutting is as wonky as mine, just ignore that. Fine. And I like to use a few pins just to hold it in place. I'm going to pin only through the pocket layers. Okay, just in the corners. So I'm not pinning through that lining at all, just the corners. Let's double check, are we leaving a turning gap here? Yes. It's almost like I wrote the pattern. Okay. Right. So it's up to you which way you sew this. You can either sew it like this way up and pull the lining back, or you can flip it over and sew this way up and pull the lining back on top. It's up to you, your choice. What I would like to say though is I'm going to start at one of these top corners, whichever way up I decide to sew it, and I'm going to use my regular stitch length. So for me that's a number 3. I'm going to back stitch at the start and end of this, sew down to the corner and stop with a needle down and pivot as I would do. So just very, very, very briefly, in fact let me put double pins in here to remind me to stop. And then I'm going to back stitch at this point here. Then I'm going to change my stitch length up to a number 6, which is my longest stitch. And I'm going to baste along the bottom using the same seam allowance, so 3/8 of an inch. Is it 3/8 of an inch or is it 1/4 inch? 3/8 of an inch, because it doesn't say. It's good when you know these things, isn't it? So I'm going to baste along the bottom there to another set of double pins. And then I'm going to change my stitch length back to my regular stitch length, number 3 for me. Back stitch again here where these double pins are. Now I'd like to reinforce both of those quite well, because you're turning the whole bag through this gap. You need it to be secure, you need it to be strong. You don't want these, these seams to pop. Although if it does, it's not the end of the world, don't panic. And then I'm going to continue sewing all the way up. So what I'll end up with is from here down to here, my regular stitch length, so regular seams, and then just between here and here, basting stitches, and I can steam press these, and then when I take them out later, turn the bag through and turn it under. This seam allowance here will just fold back really nice and neatly and allow us to get a good finish on closing that turning gap. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do, just so you know what to expect. Don't think I've gone a bit funny sort of stopping and starting. Right, I just had to check there because my cutting out was a bit wonky. So I'm going to take these pins out and I'm going to steam press these stitches now, but I'm not actually going to take the stitches out right until the very end. I will open my zip though, okay? So there's our nice pocket inside, and you've got that little flash of contrast fabric there in the back of the pocket when you open it, which is the bonus of doing it this way. If you'd like to have all those matching, you can, but it's just nice to have a little pop of colour in there, I think. So we'll just steam press these stitches just right at the bottom, just to make sure that when we take them out and we turn our bag through, we just get a really neat turning gap. A little bit of steam. Okay. Right, so that's our zip pocket complete. And oh, little thread there. We can just pop that to one side for now and we can get started on the lining slip pocket. Right, the next part of our lining is our slip pocket. So you should have a lining fabric slip pocket, a lining fabric interior slip pocket, and either an exterior or contrast fabric slip pocket as well. This is dead simple, this is. So all you're going to do is pop one on top of the other, right sides facing, and matching all edges, and we are simply going to sew along the top and the bottom edge, and that's it. Leave the ends open, just the top and the bottom for the minute, and then we're going to turn it right sides out, and that will be our pocket. Well, we'll have to sew it onto our lining panel first, and then it'll be our pocket. Dead simple, this one. Sorry, I've got a bit of thread stuck to me there. Okay. So let's check my stitch length. I'm back on my regular stitch length, and we are going to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, and we're going to sew along the top and the bottom, and we're going to back stitch at the start and the end. Just turn it through to this view so you can see what I'm doing. There you go, wasn't that easy? Right, now we're going to turn this right sides out and get your iron warmed up. We'll be using it to press it into place. So the top is the shorter side and the bottom is the longer side. If you've got directional fabric, this should be okay. Now if you want a little bit of a contrast along the top, when you flatten it out, just leave a little bit of the lining poking out of the top. And that's great if your lining for your pocket is different from the lining for your fabric. So this is my lining for your bag. So this is my bag lining, and if I wanted a little contrast, I could just change it like that, and you would have a little sort of line at the top. But I'm not going to, because mine matches and it wouldn't really be seen. So I'm just going to fold right along the seam line and give that little press. Now what I used to do before I lost my metal ruler, which I'm sure is somewhere, but because I've moved studios it's a bit hard to find, I used to put my metal ruler in, let's move that so you can see. I used to put my metal ruler in along the seam line and sort of push it against the seam line as I pressed, and that did help make sure that the seam was fully turned out. What you can do if you're making this for yourself, you can just dampen your fingers slightly and use your fingers just to roll that seam out so that you get a really good crisp top to it. I'm just going to use my regular fingers. you can always pop your hands inside and just push up against the seam, or if you've got a point turner or a, you know, collar gadgets thingy, use one of those. I always do the top edge first though, so I know that that's nice and neat. And then when you fold it over, in theory, as you push against this bottom seam, it should push out nice and neat. Double check, yeah, that looks okay. And we're just going to press along the bottom edge as well. As I said, if I had my metal ruler, I would use that to sort of push along here. I'm not going to risk it with my acrylic ruler just in case. I'll probably melt it. Okay, so I've just rolled all of those edges out and a nice little press. I think the longer you spend pressing in bag making, the neater your bag is going to be. So even though it's a bit boring, sometimes it's worth it. And then we're going to do a little top stitch along the top edge of this. I'm going to do that 1/8 of an inch away from the edge, and I'll use my normal top stitching stitch length for that. And then we can pop this on top of the lining panel. So it says to pop it 2 3/4 inches, 7 centimetres from the bottom raw edge of the lining panel, and it should match the sides. So it should automatically be centred. Right, so 2 3/4 inches. I've got my ruler around the wrong. No, I did have it the right way around. It's 2.5, 2 3/4. And just make sure that that ruler is parallel to the bottom of your bag, and that means that your pocket will also be parallel. And just sort of wiggle it around a bit until it matches the edges as best you can, and then pin it into place. Let me see what it says here. Sew into place 1/8 of an inch from the edge. Oh, that's 3 mil if you're a metric. Turn it around and pin the other side. So we're just going to sew down one side along the bottom and then up the other side. Now, then you've got the choice of, you can either divide the pocket into 2 or into 3, or you can leave it as one large pocket. I don't know, if you're carrying an e-book or something, you know, a tablet, you might want that as a little slip pocket. It's the full width, then go ahead and leave that undivided. Otherwise, if you want to pop your phone or some, I don't know, share size chocolate bar or snacks, I don't know, whatever you carry, then you can divide it up. So I'm going to sew along the side, the bottom, and the other side 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. That's 3 mil, and then I will divide it afterwards, I think. So just a note before we start sewing. The sides you could do on a basting stitch, 6 mil or 5 mil, whatever your machine uses. But the bottom we want to sew on our regular stitch length. So for me that's a number 3, or if you're doing top stitch, stitch length throughout, you would want to match that. So it's up to you whether you change your stitch length for the sides, or if you want to just do it all regular stitch length throughout. I'm just going to do regular for mine, I think. Right, and I did backstitch at the, oh, I left my needle down, lift that up. I did backstitch at the start and the end of that one, just to make sure that it was definitely secure. So if you want to divide it based on what you're going to carry, just remember that because this is a boxed corner bag, and that's how you get its shape, you're going to want to measure sort of a 1/2 inch in from the corner cutout there, and then just note that that line there, in line with that 1/2 inch in from the corner cutout, that's going to be the corner of your bag, if you like. So this edge will be the sides, and that's going to be the corner there. So if you're going to divide it, just bear in mind that that little bit there is pretty much useless if you want to carry something completely flat, because that bit's going to be bending around the corner like that a little bit. Okay, so if you are you know, dividing this for something specific, you know, you've got your phone or something, you might want to just lay your phone on and just work out exactly where you need to divide it based on that. And don't forget the depth of whatever you're measuring for as well. So mine is quite deep, so I'll probably add an extra 1/2 inch either side, or 1.2 mil either side. Or you can go for the easy option and just divide it in the centre. Your choice. I am going to mark my centres on this one before I do anything, because I forgot to do that at the start. So I'm just going to mark in the seam allowance, top and bottom, where the centre is. Just do that by folding it in half and adding a little mark on there. Right, so let's see if my design is exactly in the centre. It is pretty much. I'm just slightly off, so rather than going for the exact centre of the bag, I'm going to follow the exact centre of the design, because I think it would look a little bit odd if I had my centre mark slightly to the left or to the right. I'm going to use a chalk liner to draw my line. This one's actually a new one, so just make sure that the chalk is flowing. It's got like a little roller sort of ball, sort of wheel thing on the bottom, and as you roll along it leaves a little line of chalk behind. Right, so I'm just marking down the centre of my design that's on the fabric, and that's going to be my centre mark. And then when I come to sew it, what I like to do for dividing pockets is just give it a little bit of extra strength. I like to start at the bottom of the pocket, back stitch just maybe 1 or 2 stitches, so all the way up to the top, and back stitch a couple of stitches again, and then pivot and sew all the way back down again, back to the bottom. So you end up with 2 lines of stitching, back stitching at the top and the bottom, just to reinforce it a little bit, give it a little bit extra strength. Mostly because my husband, usually, if he's going to put something in my bag for me, he kind of tends to do it with the full power that is in his arm, and he has been known to rip a few pockets in my handmade bags over time. As much as I try and remind him that just placing it in gently is often enough. Right, I've got my needle for later, so I'll just pop that there. Okay, so I'm going to start at the bottom. I'm just sewing my regular stitch length. I'm going to back stitch a couple of times, go up to the top, back stitch, turn around and come back down again, and then that'll be my pocket divided. So I'm going to start my needle down as I usually do. Right, so that pocket is good and divided, and that is the end of this lining panel. So we've done both of our lining panels now. We've got our slip pockets and our zip pocket attached. So now we can turn our attention to the top of the lining, and we've got this zip closure and then the top of the lining to attach. So I'll pop that to one side with the other one, and then we need our zip. Now I'm using continuous zips, so I thought it would be helpful if I just cut it as I'm about to use it, and then I can show you what I do with to make sure that it doesn't shrink, etc. So I make sure my iron is on and it's got steam in it and everything. I'm just going to my needle in my pattern, I think, just to be sure that I don't lose it. I don't tend to use hand needles very often, and then when I do I tend to lose them, which probably why I don't tend to use them very often. So the pattern calls for a, should probably double check this before I tell you, calls for a, I don't know where I'm looking, oh there I am, 14-inch zip. So if you're using continuous zip, always cut 2 inches extra than what the pattern's telling you, because a zip is usually measured between the stopper at the end and the stoppers at the top. And then obviously you've got about 1 inch either side of those stoppers. So in the case of continuous zips, you need that extra inch either side, because the designer has usually worked it out based on the teeth that are available. So before I cut, I'm actually going to steam this zip, and then any shrinking it's going to do is going to happen now before I cut it, before I baste it in. And usually if you get a wonky zip, you know, sometimes you get a bit of a wobble in it as you've sewn it. It's usually because you haven't pre-steamed it. And I did it myself yesterday, so I'm going to learn from my own lesson and pre-steam it in the hope that this one today will be completely fine and not wobbly. Right, is that going to be long enough? Yep, just about. I like to put all of my pulls on in one go when I get my zip, and then I know that they're all attached and I'm not going to lose them. Doesn't always work that way because sometimes I'm in a rush. Right, so I'm gonna just trim the end of this to make sure that it's nice and straight, and then I'll pop it on my cutting mat and measure to the right length, 14, 15, 16, because remember I'm using continuous zip, so I'm cutting 2 inches longer than the pattern says. And then I can trim it at the 16 inches mark, and that is, let me tell you that in metric, that is 41 centimetres. So the 14 inches is 35.5 centimetres, 16 inches is 41 centimetres. And then I can pop the rest of this zip back in its little bag to be used another day. Now, before we go any further, if you have done the same as me and used a continuous zip, we need to make sure that the pull is not going to come off the end. So for the closed ends, I'm just going to use a couple of backwards and forwards stitches just to secure that end, make sure that my zip pull doesn't come off. So I do this on the machine and just sew a couple of stitches over and back. Forms a little sort of little thread zip stop there. And then on the top end, the pattern instructions say to turn each end over slightly. So fold each open end over. Actually, let me turn you back to the other view for this one as well so that you can see. So you've got your zip like so, and you literally just fold it at a right angle. So that the teeth sort of go off at an angle, like a little corner, and then on the back you can see there's that little fold of zip tape on the back. So I'm going to get my hand needle and I'm going to just do that and stitch that into place, and then I'll do the same on the other side. I really don't like hand sewing, so don't often use my hand needle, which is also probably a reason why it gets lost. So I'll do this on the close-up view so that you can see what I'm doing when I'm stitching. At the moment I'm just failing to thread a needle, just in case you wonder what's out of view. Right, I'm at that point in life where it's getting harder and harder to thread a needle, and even with a needle threader it still takes a couple of goes, so I know this is a safe space and you don't mind me admitting that. There we go. Seamless. See? Oh dear. It's like I was in my 20s again. Right, so now I can fold that over again, as I did before. And you should find that the edge of the zip tape, or the fold of the zip tape, sort of meets the zip teeth there. And then the raw edge meets the edge on the side. And all you need to do is just put a few little stitches in here just to keep it in place. And you're not going to see this. This bit is going to be in the seams. So it's literally just to hold it in place while you're sewing. So it doesn't matter if it's pretty or not. My hand stitching is not usually very pretty, which doesn't matter for this. And I'll do the same the other side. So again, folding it down, just so that those edges of the zip tape meet, and pop a couple of stitches in just to hold it. It just means that the end of your zip has got a nice finished end on your bag. It just looks like the teeth are sort of running off into the seam then. Right, that's all we need to do to prep our zip then. I'm going to put this needle back in my pattern, so when I can't find it later, that's where it is. Okay. Right, now because we've sealed the end of that zip with a few stitches, I know that my zip pull is not going to fall off when I'm opening it, and that's what we're going to do now. So we're going to open our zip, and maybe don't test those stitches, you know, the less pressure they're under the better, like us. So we'll just leave that open, and then we need to retrieve our lining top, or our interior top. To these any sort of crop top or mini legs, could be mini legs, couldn't they, or bridge or chimneys. Anyway, so it's this piece, and we are going to make a mark 1.5 inches from each side edge. I'll use my pen again just in case you need to see this. So 1.5 inches in from the side, make a little mark, and the same on the other side, 1.5 inches in, make a little mark, just within the seam allowance. I'll do the other one while we're here. And I'm less likely to forget then if I do them together. So 1.5 inches in and 1.5 inches in on this side. Okay. Right, so I'll do this my way, and then I'll turn it around so that you can see. I was about to say I'll try and show this to you your way, but I'm not sure that's going to work. So what we need to do now is pop a little bit of double-sided tape between those two marks. Oh, my poor tape. And then I've already used the middle. See, the middle's long gone back on the outside bits. And then we're going to lay our zip on top right sides down, so that it's so your fabric is right sides up and then your zip is wrong sides up. Let's see if I can show you that on the other view, and maybe move it down slightly that way. There we go. Okay, so we're going to match the edge of the zip, so the edge that we've sort of sewn shut, I'm going to match that with that mark that we've made. Now on my one, I'm doing it on my left hand side. Okay, just if you're watching this and it looks a little bit back to front, so I'm matching the folded over teeth and then matching the edge of the zip to the raw edge of the fabric along the bottom there. Now when we get to that second mark, just stop a minute and pop a clip in. Might add a pin in as well, just to be sure. So just pull it back slightly until you know you can see exactly where that mark is, and then pop something in to secure it and stop it slippering around. Maybe add a couple of clips just to be sure that it's not going to move. Okay. Now at this second mark we've pinned that, and now we're going to pull the zip edge, or the rest of the zip up away from the bottom edge, and then pin it or clip it at the side 1 inch from the bottom edge. So let's mark 1 inch up with my pen. It's over there. We're just pulling that out of the way, so that when we actually sew our seams, that's going to sort of run off the edge there a little bit and look nice and neat. Okay, so it says to baste this into place along the bottom using a 1/8 of an inch, so 3mm seam allowance. So you better do that. So we're going to start sewing and stop sewing where those two marks are. I'm going to use our regular stitch length, and I'm going to back stitch at the start and at the end. So we're only sewing 1/8 of an inch inside. I'm using my regular stitch length. You can use your basting stitch if you prefer, because it does say to baste, so it's up to you. Right, so once that's in place, leave this clipped up here. Sorry, I moved my ruler out of the way. So leave that clipped up there, and then add the lining main onto this bottom edge. Okay, matching raw edges. So we need a lining main. Now before we do this, actually, let's have a think about which direction we want the bag to be. So if you're going to carry it in your hand, let me turn you around so you've got more of a clue about what I'm talking about. So if you're going to carry the bag in your hand like this, do you want the the front of the bag to be that way, or are you going to carry it this way and you want the front of the bag to be that way or that way? Does this make any sense? Either way, whichever way you want the opening end of your zip, so if you want the open end of the zip on the left or on the right, then you need to decide which panel you attach to this. So let's get my panels and we can work out which side we want. So I like to carry my bag in my right hand, and I will have the front panel on the outside, the front exterior panel on the outside. And which way would I like my bag to open? I think I would like my bag to open from the, so as I'm carrying it, so from the left to the right. Okay, so as I'm carrying my bag like this, I'm going to open it from here through to there, if that makes sense. This will of course be reversed to you because you're watching this on the screen. So if my bag is going to be like this, the open end is going to be that side. So then my back panel, so my front panel will be, so it's going to open from that side to that side. That is going to be on my front panel because that is the open end of the zip. Right, that made sense to me. So I'm right-handed and I want to carry my bag like this, and I want the front of my zip, the open end of my zip, to be at the front here. So therefore this panel here is going to be the front of my bag. So that's going to be the front, okay? If you want your bag to open from back to front, then this will be the back panel, and you want to attach whichever lining back panel you want. Okay, let me run through that again. Choose which one of these you want to be your front and your back. I want my pockets to be my front. Therefore, I need to attach my pockets to this section which has got the open end on the left. So that then, when attached, will form the front inside of my finished bag. Makes sense to me. It might not make sense to you. If it doesn't, please let me know and I can recap this again, okay? But if you want to make it the same as me, so I'm right-handed and I want the zip to open from my left, so from the front to the back, then I am going to attach my slip pockets lining panel to the lining top, which has got the open end on the left. That makes sense. So whichever way you want your bag to open, so I want my bag to open left to right, put your front panel onto the, put the panel, the lining panel that you want to be the front, onto the lining top with the open end to the left. That really could not make sense. If it doesn't make sense, please let me know. Right, so now that I've fathomed that out, this is just basically a little insight into my head when I'm designing, sorry. We are now going to attach this lining top to this lining main, right sides together. So have we got, so we haven't got our centre marks on the lining top, so let's do that quickly before we go any further, because we're all bamboozled by left and rights now. And we've got our centre marked there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some tape, and I'm going to add my tape the whole top of this lining main. Okay, because we want those two to be attached along the whole top. We've only attached our zip between the two marks, but the lining top and the lining main will be sewn together along the whole length to form the main lining panel, you know, the one piece lining. Okay, so matching centres and top raw edges, just press that into place, and in theory it should match at the ends. And be careful if you've got any pins left in there. I have got my pin left in there still, just to hold that in place, and you should still have your zip tape pulled up an inch away from the bottom of that. Then we're going to sew along this entire length with a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, so that's 1 centimetre. Let me double check that I'm telling you that right. Yes, okay. So we'll use our regular stitch length. Now my machine, I just use my walking foot for everything as a bit of a comfort blanket, but if you've got a zip foot, then do feel free to change it now. So I'm just going to sew along the entire length, and just ignore the fact that you're going to sort of jump over the teeth as you come to the start and the end of them. I'm going to sew the entire length, and we're going to back stitch at the start and the end. Right, so I'll unpin that and double check that we've got what I expected us to have. Yep, great. Oh, can't see it, can you? Because you're on the wrong view. So we've got our, if we do this up, you can see. So this is our top zip closure, and it's sandwiched in between our lining top and our lining main. And this end is sort of free to move around a bit. Now we're going to repeat the same for the other side. If we're not all too confused about lefts and rights and being bamboozled. So what we'll do, now that we've pressed this, let's double check. Open it out, press the seam allowances and top stitch. Okay, so you want to make sure that your seam allowances are folded towards the lining top. Okay, swap your back so you can see that close up. So you can see that my seam allowances are here facing the top. If they were pressed towards the lining main, they would be poking down. Okay, and the reason I do it so that they're pointing towards the lining top is that when you've unzipped your bag, then the zip will naturally fall down inside the bag rather than poking up. So then when you go to put things in your bag, you don't catch your hand on the teeth poking up. Okay, so we'll give that a little little press, just to press it away from the zip, you know, the thingy. Put that down there for the minute. I'm sure my old workspace used to be bigger. I'm sure it did. Right. So just smooth those up away from the teeth of the zip. Give that a nice neat press. Okay. Just maybe think about moving your zip out of the way to give it a nice neat press. And you can press all the way to the end because we've sewn that seam all the way to the end, haven't we? You can even go onto the back. Just give it a little bit of extra attention on the back there if you want to. Maybe I'll open my zip again. Just to keep that bulky zip pull out of the way while we're doing this. Okay, so this looks a little bit wild at the moment, I understand, with the 3 different fabrics and a different colour zip, but once it's all made, it will look lovely. So now we're going to top stitch, and we're going to top stitch on the lining top, and we're going to do it 1/8 of an inch away from the edge, so that's 3 mil away from the edge. Yeah, regular stitch length. So I just pulled the zip out of the way as I came to it then. So that's my top stitch, and obviously yours will look a lot neater because you'll have matched your thread colour to your fabric, so it won't be quite so important to be nice and neat and straight on that top stitching. Right, now we're going to need the last 2 pieces of our lining, and let me double check what I usually say. No, I do say to leave it open. Okay, it's always good to know what I'm saying. So now we're going to treat this second half of the zip as though it's not even attached to the lining. Okay, so again we'll mark the centre of this. Should have done it when I did my marks earlier, shouldn't I, really? That's okay. Better late than never. Right. So now we're going to add some tape in between those 2 marks that are 1 and I want to say they're 1.5 inch from the edge. Just from memory. Okay, so we're doing exactly the same, just taping between those 2 marks. And then we're going to place our zip on top, like we did for the first 2 panels. So actually what I'm going to do, I'm just going to zip that up very, very briefly. Imagine it's not zipped up, but that will just help us to place our zip the right way, because it's very confusing. Once it's attached to this lining, it can be a bit confusing, but we want to make sure that the raw edge of the zip is level with the raw edge of our fabric. So if you do it up, it does sort of come a little bit clearer, because then the lining top matches the lining top. Okay, so once you've worked out which way around to do it, you can open it up again and just position that bit into place. So match along raw edges. Again, just to that mark, you know, 1.5 inches from the end. And then we need a mark 1 inch up from the bottom. We're just going to pull the zip up and out of the way up to that 1 inch mark, and we can clip it into place there. Didn't do that very well, I kind of did it a bit backwards, so do it from this side instead. And then if you want to add some clips along here, you can, just to be sure that it's all going to stay in place when you're sewing it. And we're going to do the same, so we're going to baste it using the 1/8 of an inch or 3mm seam allowance. I'm just going to use my regular stitch length for this. Okay, so because we know that that zip is not twisted, because we zipped it up to get it into place, we cheated slightly, we know that we can just pop the second lining main on into place without having to worry too much. So we'll add another line of tape along the bottom, and remember, we'll do it the whole length this time. Just press it down really well. All the way along. And then we're going to add the second lining main, so that will be the for me this will be the back panel, which I've chosen to be my the one with the zip pocket. So this is how the instructions say to do it. Obviously the picture is of it turned over, but if I show you how it should be done in the instructions, then you'll be able to see it from both ways, and it doesn't matter which way you have your fabric then. So if we match up our centre marks, which has disappeared of course because we've sewn the zip onto it, haven't we? I'll remark it again. So if we match our centre marks, and we're just matching that raw edge along the top of the lining main to the bottom of the lining top. And it's kind of hard to see what's going on here, isn't it? Which is why in the pattern I've turned it over so that you can see a little bit easier what's going on. And if you're concerned about your zip being twisted, let me turn it around so you can see a little bit clearer. So if you're concerned about the zip being twisted, just before you sew this final step of attaching the zip, just put your panels like this, so that you can see the zip is not twisted there, so the top of the zip is facing up and it's facing the lining top on both sides. Okay, and then we're going to sew along the entire length of that as we did before, and we're going to use a 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, or 1 centimetres, and we're going to back stitch at the start and the end, but we're going to sew the entire length. Go. So that's our lining panels compiled together. Compiled, joined, matched, sewn together. I don't know. Last thing we need to do now is to press the seam allowances towards the top of the lining, or the lining top, and then we'll top stitch like we did for the other side. So you can just kind of ignore the other side for the minute while you're working on this side. Pull these up out of the way, just give it a nice press. A little bit of steam just to help it. Okay, and if you think that your stitching is maybe a touch too close to the zip teeth, this is your chance to correct it. So just unpick a bit of that stitching and go back in and re-sew that seam that you've just sewn. Mine is okay, but I have made a bag before where I got a little bit too enthusiastic and it was a bit hard to close. Let's just double check before I do my top stitching. Or is that a little bit, oh no, it's a loose thread. Got concerned there. Perfect, okay. So this top stitching that you're doing really will hold all of the layers in place exactly where they need to be. But it's good to make sure that your seam allowance is correct before you do that top stitch. So again, with your 1/8 of an inch, right, great. Now we just need to finish off our lining. I always think the lining is slightly longer really than the exterior. We need a zip end, which I've got all my hardware all sort of jumbled together in one place there. Although I have lost the foot. Oh no, there's the foot. Found it again. Right, so we need a metal zip end. And if you've not used one of these before, you get the zip end in the packet, but then you also get a tiny little screw. And I like to use the Emmeline Bags hardware, and I tend to find you always get at least one extra screw in the packet, just in case you lose one. Probably enough said about that, isn't it? Okay. So I'm just going to trim the ends of my zip. Let me put you onto the close-up so you can see exactly what I'm doing. So the ends of my zip are slightly frayed. So to make this process easy, I'm just going to trim those off. That's quite a lot of zip to fit into this one little zip end, isn't it? And then I like to fold, you see what I'm doing here? I like to fold one side of the zip tape under in half, and then the other half fold the zip tape in half and then fold it over again on itself. Okay, and that forms a nice neat little package there. Just double check that that's going to fit inside your zip end. Yeah, it's good to me. Now I'm going to add a dab of glue. So before I add my screw, just going to add a nice little dollop of glue to the end there, and that will keep all of those ends and fraying bits and everything all together. And then add your zip end back over the top. So if things have come a little bit unravelled, don't panic, just pop them back into place. Use a pair of scissors or an awl or something. Just encourage those ends into there. Nice and neat, everything kind of shoved in really into the zip end. I like to be sure that that's all in there very securely, very firmly, not going anywhere. Okay. So once you've sort of secured it in there with a little bit of glue, the screw is just a bit of an extra reinforcement. Okay. And they've kind of got a sharp point on the end of these screws so that they can pierce through the fabric exactly where you need them, so you don't have to pre-punch a hole or anything. size do I need? Now I wonder if there's a, no, sometimes in my patterns I put a picture of my screwdriver, which is really helpful because then I know which screwdriver to use on the hardware, which is also only helpful to you if you've got the exact same screwdriver set. Okay, and mine are magnetic, so I can hold on to the screw on the end of the screwdriver. Just pop it into that hole on the back of the zip end. And as you screw it in, that's piercing through the fabric and the teeth, and get it in as far as you can. So if you can get it all the way in, then that's great. You might not be able to, depending on where your zip teeth are. So just do the best you can, just to get it into place. In fact, that one's going to go all the way through. Great. Okay, so that's nice and secure. So the zip is fastened with some glue and the screw there. Pop my little screwdriver set away. Now the only thing left to do on this lining is just to make it into a bag. Double check that we've left the zip open on our zip pocket, which we have. Do you know what? I've told a lie. I'll pop this to one side for the minute. I'm going to make the strap tabs for our backpack strap bits. Now here's my little pile of fabric that's left. So there's my strap tabs. Now these ones we're only going to fold the edges to the centre. So get your ruler. I'm going to use my pencil for this one. And these measure, let's see what these measure, 2.5. So we want to measure in 1¼ inches from each long edge, and that will give us the centre. Just draw a line down the exact centre, and we're going to press the ends, the long ends, into the middle. Okay. Right. So I'll do one on here so you can see it on the view with the iron, and then I'll show you on the close-up view. So literally all you do is you just fold the long end or the long edge into the centre and press it into place. Easy peasy. Okay. Little shot of steam always helps. And then I like to turn it upside down just to sit for a minute while it cools down, and that helps to set the edges in place. You could use your tailor's clapper if you've got one, just to set it so it sets the crease and it's nice and neat. I'll do the other one. Nice bit of steam does help, but it does run the risk of scalding your fingers. Okay, turn that one upside down while we wait. So I'll show you on the close-up view what we've got here. So that's the centre line that I drew, and then I folded each long edge in, so we've got this nice finish. Now because this is going into the seam, don't need to worry too much about the fact that there's raw edges in the middle there. Let me double check. Yep, so we're using our rectangle rings, and we're going to fold that through the rectangle ring and match the short raw edges together, and then we're just going to baste along the bottom to keep those layers all nice together. I've just used my regular stitch length. I find the less often I change it to a basting stitch, the less likely I am to forget to change it back again. That's one. We'll do the other one. Now don't worry too much about sewing close to the ring for this one, okay, because we're going to be attached down onto the bag anyway, so just do the very end, which is what I'm doing right now. our tabs done, and this is where you need to remember, oh hang on, I'm stuck, that's better, I was stuck between the two cameras there. So this is when you need to remember which one was the back of your bag. So remember, this is the way I'm going to carry my bag, on my right hand side, and with the zip opening to my left. Yep. So I'm going to attach my tabs into these sticky uppy bits, because this is going to be the back. So it says here, place each handle tab on the tops of the lining top on the same side of the lining panel that has whichever side you want to be the back inside of the bag. Okay, so I've already determined that mine wants to be zip panel. So I'm going to centre that. Is that a clip? I'm going to base these into place on the on the raw edge, on the seam allowance, or within the seam allowance rather. Now, because those are going to be carrying the weight of the bag, I like to just do a little bit of back stitching there when I'm basting these into place. Just to be sure. Right, lovely. Okay. Now the benefit of not stitching too close to the ring as well is when we come to sew our seams later, we can actually turn these rings sideways to keep them out of the seam allowance while we're sewing. Right, now we get to sew it together. So we'll match the side edges and the bottom edges of our lining panels. Just clip those into place. Now, you've got a seam on each side. So what I like to do is I like to match perfectly the seam on either side first with a clip, and then smooth the rest down. And if it doesn't quite match at the bottom, that's okay, that's fine. Nobody's going to notice that. If it doesn't quite match at the seam, people are more likely to notice that. So favour matching that top side seam over and above matching the you know, the bottom. Right, so pull your zip out of the way. I'm just going to pin mine out of the way onto the lining top there, so that I can keep it out of the way while I'm sewing. And again, matching the side seam where you've sewn your lining top to your lining main. Now this side seam that we're going to sew right from the very top of the lining top all the way to the bottom of the lining main. So we're going to treat these, the lining main and the lining top, we're going to just treat them like one panel now that they've been attached with a zip sandwich in between. Right, so I'm going to start at the top here, in this top corner, and I'm going to back stitch, and I'm going to sew all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to back stitch, and I'm going to stop there. So I'm not going to sew around these corner cutouts, and then I'm going to start here on the end of the bottom and back stitch, sew all the way along to the end and back stitch again, and then I'm going to do exactly the same along this side as well. Okay, so I'm leaving the corner cutouts open, but all three of these edges are going to be sewn using our regular stitch length, regular seam allowance, 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimetre, and I'm going to sew all the way from the top to the bottom and side to side. Let's turn you back to the sewing machine, and I've not clipped the very top here so that I can fit it under my machine, but you will be sewing right from the very top, and we're just using our regular seam allowance, 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimetre. So start off by back stitching and then all the way to the bottom. Right, we're starting to get a bag shape now. Got a bit of a boring flat tote bag with holes in the bottom, if that helps. What we're going to do to finish the lining is to, now does it say to, no, okay, if you want to then, because it doesn't specify, you can fold the seam allowances back and just give them a little press. In fact, I'm going to, because it does give a much neater finish at the end. As soon as you can fast forward me while doing this, it won't take up too much of your time. So I've literally just fold one seam allowance back and press it, and then flip it over, fold the other seam allowance back and press it into place as well. Just makes it a little bit neater and it makes it a little bit easier as well to box the corners. So same on these side panels, or side seams, sorry. Right, now if you can't do it along the entire length where your slip pocket's attached, try to just do it on the very bottom and the very top. Just make things a little bit easier. Right, so maybe unpin your zip so you don't get spikes there. And then flatten these out so the side seam meets the bottom seam, and matching those two seams, just add a little pin just to hold things in place, or a clip, your choice. And if you want a really lovely neat finish, make sure you go exactly through the centre of both of those seams so you know they're both matching exactly. That's a bit better. And we're going to sew along both of these box corners. So I'll pin this one and then show it to you. And the box corner should be just above your slip pocket. Okay, so I've just matched the side seam and the bottom seam and put a clip or a pin, and we're going to sew along that entire boxed corner. So I'll pin the second side and then we'll sew both. So regular stitch length and regular 3/8 of an inch seam allowance along the bottom there. Right, once we've sewn those, take your pins out and just have a little peek inside to make sure that your box corners are nice and neat. And if they're not, you've got the opportunity to go back or to unpick it, go back and redo them. Let's have a little peek inside. Feel free to open your zip as much as you can if you want to. Right, so let's have a look. Okay, so that side seam matches that bottom seam. That looks neat. And that one does too. Oh, I have got a little hole. Good job I spotted that. I wonder if my bobbin has maybe run out. Did have a little hole. I've never had a little hole in my box corner before. Oh, the shame, the embarrassment. Let's see. Well, my bobbin hasn't run out. Purely user error, I'm afraid. But remember, all my secrets are hidden within my seams, so nobody will know, except for you. And we're all friends here. Right, so let's just sew that little bit again where I missed a bit. Okay, so just start where I finished and just back stitch when I get to the bit that's failed. Actually, maybe I'll just sew along this whole bit just in case. Something obviously went wrong here, didn't it? Right, so let's double check this again then. Yeah, all good. Okay. Well, I've never had a hole in my box corner before. That's a new experience. Well, that's how to solve it if you do. Right, so our lining is done. So have a little peek inside to check you are happy with it. And you get a little feel for how your bag is going to look in the end. I'm quite pleased with that. So the next step is to do our exterior and our straps and all of the rest of the things that make this bag into more than just a lining. So we'll get started with that next. Right, let's get these straps finished then. So there's quite a lot of straps and handles and things in this bag. So the next section is to complete the backpack strap and the backpack straps and the backpack strap connectors. So I've gone ahead and pre-pressed these because ironing is boring enough as it is without watching somebody else iron as well. I haven't sewn any, but you can just pause me and press yours ready. Let me show you what I've done though. So on each one I have, take you back to how we were at the start. So on each one I've folded them in half to get the centre mark, and then open it out and folded each long edge into the centre, and then you're going to fold it in half again, so it's just a regular 4-fold strap up until now. Okay, and I've done that on my backpack strap connectors, that's my 2 short ones, and my backpack straps. Now this is where we're going to go different than regular 4-fold straps. So we're going to open this back out again, so we've got the long edges in the centre again, and we're going to fold it back on itself so the folded edges meet at the end there. Just give it a clip or add a pin or something. Now on the backpack strap connectors you only need to do this on one end, one short end. Okay, so it's sort of like a mini boat or something. Okay. I'm going to do that on all 4 of these. So I've got my 2 backpack strap connectors and my 2 backpack straps. So I've folded them into the centre and then folded back on themselves so the folded edges meet. So I've done the 2 short ends on the backpack strap connectors, they're ready to sew. On the backpack straps you need to do both short edges on each one. So all 4 short edges, so exactly the same. So unfold it again, so you've done your 4-fold, unfold it again, back on itself and clip it into place. And then same again. If you're a dressmaker then this is how you do waistbands, so you'll probably know this technique already. I'm not a dressmaker, but I've just picked up a few handy techniques along the way, sort of utilise them how we can. Okay, so all of the corners on the backpack straps and just 1 corner on each backpack strap connector. Now what we're going to do is we're going to sew along the end here using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. That's 6mm seam allowance, and back stitch at the start and the end. Use your regular stitch length or slightly smaller. And we're going to do that on all of these, so both of the backpack strap connectors on their one side, and then the same on the backpack straps. Right, so I've done all of them together in one long chain, and you can snip them to separate them. You don't have to sew them in a chain like that. Just quickly whiz them through the machine. And we're going to trim the corners of these so that when we turn the right sides out, there's not too much bulk in the corner there. So, I'll just get my scissors and we're just going to snip into the corners of these finished ends. You can definitely do these one at a time. I'm just doing them all 4 together so that you can see what you're doing, and then feel free to pause me and just catch up on these straps. So take care not to snip through your stitches, and if you do, just have a dab of fray check or go back and finish it off. I thought I had then, but I haven't. Okay, now what we're going to do is just move my corners out of the way. If you have got something like a let's see, I've got a turner, that will be fine. I usually use my chopstick, but this will be okay. So all you're going to do is just turn those back through so that they're right sides out, and push out that corner that we've just sewn. Okay, and look, that's a lovely neat end there. That way. Lovely neat end there, even without pressing yet. We'll do the same on each end, so you just literally just turn it through to the right side and then press that corner out. And the same. And with this one. And then on these 2 backpack strap connectors, we've only done the one end, do exactly the same for those, and they should turn out really easily because we've snipped those corners. If they're not, feel free to just go in and snip a little bit extra bulk out of it. Right, so let's just give those a little press just to help them sit nice and neat. And then we can just give them a top stitch and that's the straps done. Wouldn't it be lovely if straps were this quick usually? Right. So in this case, for the actual long straps, I've already pressed them, and they seem pretty neat. So I've just pressed the ends, very ends that we've turned through. Sort of the last 12 inches or 30 centimetres of just pressing. Right. Now we need to top stitch these to enclose these raw edges. And on the, let me just get rid of those corners. So on the strap connectors, all I'm going to do is sew up the open end. So let me turn you back to the close-up view. I thought you were on there, sorry. So all the way up the open end, so all the way up the long side, along that finished end. So this is the raw end, this is the finished end. So along the open end edge, along the open edge, start again, the finished end, and then along the folded edge. So it'll have all 3 sides top stitched nicely. The same on the other backpack strap connector. Now on the backpack straps, I'm going to sew along the open edge first, the long open edge, and then along short finished edge along the folded edge and then along the finished short edge. So I'm going to enclose all the raw edges by sewing around all 4 sides of the long ones and just 3 sides of the short ones. So I'm going to use my regular top stitching, stitch length, whatever that is for you. You can pin these or clip these if you want to, just to make sure that it's nice and neat. And you're going to sew at 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. So that's 3mm for those who are using metric. Just make sure you've got enough thread in your bobbin before you start, which might come back and haunt me, we'll see. Right, there we go. Okay, so all of these are finished and all the raw edges are enclosed. Lovely finished neat straps, just with a few loose threads on them. Right, now before I go any further, I'm just gonna wind a new bobbin rather than risk it. Okay, so I'm just going to pause you while I wind a new bobbin and I'll come back. Yeah, look, I only had that much left. Whew, that was fortunate. So I'll wind a new bobbin and then I'll come back in a second. Right, I've wound a new bobbin, got my machine all threaded up again. So we're ready to go. So you should have 2 rectangle rings remaining and 2 strap sliders that you need for the backpack. And take the rectangle rings and thread oh, these are still connected. So thread these strap connectors through the rectangle rings. The finished end, okay, so ignore the raw end, that's what's going to get sewn into our seam, but thread the finished end through the rectangle ring by 1.5 inches, that is, no, 1 inch, sorry, that's 2.5 centimetres, and then stitch that into place to secure it. Okay, so I'll get both ready and then stitch them both at the same time, I think, which would be easier. 1 inch, okay. Now you can sew on either the other side or the back side, it doesn't matter. So regular stitch length, and we're just stitching to secure these into place. You can sort of back stitch a bit if you would like to. I think that's okay what I've done, so I'm not going to. Right, lovely. So trim those extra threads and then we'll do the backpack straps next. There's a lot of straps and handles and things on this bag, considering I don't particularly enjoy sewing straps, so I suspect my next bag will not be a backpack. Right, so I've done those 2 and now we need to so ensure both are matching lengths before sewing. Phew. They are. If not, just line them up and trim the end, the raw end off of one of them so they match. Okay. They don't have to be exact, so don't panic, but they do have to match. Right, backpack strap. So a finished end, well both are finished, so that's fine, through strap slider, over the middle bar, so thread through from the wrong side, over the middle bar, and back on itself. We'll change it to the close-up view, see if that helps. Okay, so I've got my strap slider, and this is upside, the wrong side out. or upside down. So this is the wrong side showing, and I'm threading it through from the wrong side over the bar in the middle and back on itself. And it says to thread that through by 1.5 inches, which is about that. So you'll have the right side showing, sort of pivoting on that middle bar there. And we're going to stitch to secure those as well. So I'll do both of those together. I like to pull it quite far through and then pull it back till it's the right length. 1.5, yeah. Okay, and then we're just going to stitch these to secure them in place. Lovely. Just trim these threads with my sharp scissors. Just make sure we haven't got any strays. There's always one at the end though, isn't there? No matter how careful you are. Right, so we got 2 backpack straps and 2 backpack strap connectors. They were hidden behind my iron there. They were there though. Now we are going to, we're going to add some rivets. I say this as though I haven't written the pattern. I did write the pattern. Right, so I am going to use my work surface here to lean in, just to make sure I've got a nice solid surface. I'm going to use my press, but even so this table has got quite a lot of movement in it, quite a lot of give, so I like to use my solid work surface just in case. So on this occasion I'm going to use my hole punch, I'm going to use my fray check, I'm going to get some rivets, I've got some rivets here, and I'm going to use my rivet press, which I've got here. If you are a little bit scared of rivets, or you're not sure, or you just want a little bit of a handhold, do check out my rivet masterclass video, which I detail all of the equipment that I use. I detail how to set them with a rivet press, how to use a hand press, how to use a hammer, etc. And it just goes into quite a lot of depth about rivets, so that's quite helpful. So on these ones, because it doesn't specify in the pattern, it means it doesn't matter where it goes. So I'm just going to aim for in the middle, so in the centre there, widthwise, and then sort of in the centre of where I've stitched, really. And what I should do, is measure before I hole punch. But I'm living slightly reckless today, and I'm not going to measure. I'm just going to do it by eye. So I'm just sort of aiming for the middle of that little section in between all of the top stitching, and stitching to secure it in place. I don't know if my punch has gone all the way through. There we go, that's better. So there's a little click when it goes all the way through on my hand punch. And this one is just one that's sold for making holes in belts. It's not a fancy sort of hole punch, just a belt hole punch, I guess. So, and the same on this one, just aim for middle. Although on this one I'm going to aim for sort of slightly, let me punch a hole and then I can show you. So instead of doing it exactly in the centre of that section, I've done it so that it's slightly nearer to the end of the strap than the slider, just to give it a little bit more space, you know, for the strap hardware and things. Okay. Alright, so I've hole punched all of those. Put my hole punch away. Add a dab of fray check to all of these holes. The last thing we want is the holes expanded and our rivets falling out. So what I tend to do is do a dab of fray check on one side, leave it just a second to sink in, and then flip it over and do a dab on the other side as well. Oh dear, my dabs are getting bigger and wrong side. Dabs are getting bigger and bigger. Right, so then we need some rivets. I'm using medium rivets for these ones. If you've got particularly thick straps though, you'd probably want to swap up to a large rivet or even an extra large. So we'll need 4 posts and 4 caps. I'm using Emmeline rivets again. I just trust the quality. I just know that the quality is going to be what I expect of it, and it's not going to fail. And just pop my rivet through the hole there. I'll pop these all into place and then move my rivet press onto the board. In theory it shouldn't make a difference with a press, but I've found that it does slightly if your table is quite wibbly or got quite a bit of give in it. So I like to use my nice thick chopping board just to be sure. So I'll just move this onto my board and then use it to set my rivets. Okay, and just push them down until you feel that sort of resistance. There's a little bit of a give, and that's when you know that they're set. And then I just check that they're fully set by seeing if I can get my fingernail underneath, and if I can't, then I know it's fully set. But as I said, if you want a little bit more information on rivets, do check out my rivet video where I go into detail. Right, job done. Put that back down there. A hefty old chopping board that one is. Right, so these straps are done, and we can ignore the backpack straps for the moment, and apparently we can put these to one side as well. So we need the male half of a magnetic snap, and we've got there's magnetic snap. Okay, lining exterior pocket. Now we put those somewhere safe earlier, didn't we? Here they are. Right, so I've got my exterior pockets, put those to one side, and our exterior panels, don't need those just yet, and then our lining exterior pockets. So we just need one for the moment. I'm going to turn it over so that you can see what's going on. If I use the interfacing side, it's a little bit clearer. So add the male half of magnetic snap. So let's find the male half. That's the bit with the sticky out bit, and we're going to add it to the centre top of one lining exterior pocket, placing it with the centre 1 3/8 from the top edge. So let's find the centre of this panel to start with. That would be most helpful. And then we need to measure 1 3/8 of an inch from the edge. Now that mark we've just made is going to be the centre of the magnetic snap. So use the washer that comes with it and just place the centre of the washer over that mark you've just made, and then you can draw lines through the prong slits in the washer. Okay, and that shows us where we're going to place that one. So now I'll use my little knife again, just cut through these slits, and you're probably thinking, oh my goodness, those slits are very wonky. Well, it doesn't really matter, see, because the magnetic snap is round. I'll just add a dab of fray check to those little slits. And we need a scrap of foam, which we had a scrap of foam earlier, didn't we? There we go. I've just cut a piece slightly larger than the washer. And then make corresponding marks on this foam. For these ones, actually, I just fold it in half and use my scissors. Okay, so we've cut that, we've got our snaps, so now we push it through from the right side. And then add our scrap of stabiliser. Oh dear. So as you've seen, my pen has bled slightly where I've used my fray check. Okay, so don't use just a regular ballpoint pen for yours if you're going to see it, or if it's somewhere that it's going to be visible or bleed or anything like that. So then we add the washer, and I've just used my pen to sort of push it down a bit really. Now, I've discovered the trick to getting these to fall down is not to hammer them, but just to use the end of the hammer to just very, very gently encourage. Oh, well, that's not much of a trick, is it? Because it's not working. Well, that's very much not much of a trick. Oh, there we go. So just use the end of a hammer just to gently encourage them down. And I like to close them in on themselves because then they can't slip out of your panel over time. They can't work loose because they're gripping against themselves. And we need a little bit of tape, and I like to add a little bit of tape to the back. Just regular duct tape. This is the very small one. This is 19mm. This is called duckling tape, which is just adorable, absolutely adorable. We had this in one of our mystery boxes that we used to do. So just add a little piece over top, and that just stops those prongs rubbing through to the layer that's going to back onto this. Okay, right, so that's our lining, and then it says next we need one of our contrast exterior pockets. So I've got my peacocks for that one. Let me turn you back to the other view. Right, it's my exterior pocket. Thought I'd just got pen on my face then, sorry. Right, so we need our pattern piece for this, and on the pattern piece there are markings for where to place your strap connectors, and I like to just snip into those lines there and fold it back slightly, and then you can place this on your pocket and mark each side of where those strap connectors are supposed to go. I'm using my white chalk pen here. So I'm just going to mark one and then put my backpack strap connector on, and then mark the other one and put the other one on. So it should be in between those lines. Now place it with the wrong side down. So on my one I've got the folded over edge. I want that to be on the wrong side, so that when you're carrying the bag, the folded over edge is hidden inside. It's not the visible side. Ah, right, hang on. I forgot, sorry. We need to overhang it by 1 inch. So if you're working on your cutting mat like I am, line up the bottom of the pocket with one of the lines, and then just push that down so that the end of the strap connector is 1 inch or 2.5 centimetres below the bottom of the pocket, and you can just add a couple of clips to that, and you can add a pin further up if you want, if your pins will go through the Deckerville. Mine will. They do get bent over time, don't they, our pins? So just use a bent one already. Right, and we'll do the other one. So in theory, oh, I haven't marked my centre. Just mark, oh, I did mark the centre, didn't I? There it is. So actually my centre is dead on with the pattern, so that's good. I did well there. So it says that the inside edge of the strap should be 4 inches from the centre, so just double check that before you sort of baste it into place. Yes, that's fine. Although this is not actually level, so just make sure that that is 4 inches away from the centre. So mine has got a very visible pattern, which is quite nice and easy to discern. So make sure that my ruler is level with the centre on the 4-inch line, and then you can line up your strap connector. It's not the end of the world if it's not level. It's not the end of the world if it's slightly wonky, so don't panic too much. And then we'll do the same for the other side. So fold the pattern piece over, line it up on the edge of the fabric piece. Mark where your strap connector should go. And again, so I'm going to line up my bottom of my panel with the line on my cutting mat, so that I can use that to overhang by 1 inch. Now that looks pretty straight to me, but we know what happened last time, so we better double check. Mostly okay. We'll pretend it's straighter than it was. And I've just clipped my strap connectors on, 1 in each sort of bottom corner at a little bit of a diagonal, just to hold those in place while we're sewing, or while we're working with this. I'll pin that as I did before. Okay, so what you can do is you can baste it into place if you want. Okay, you can baste the ends into place, or you can just crack on and put your lining piece. Now this is the one with the male magnetic snap attached that we've just done. Just place it over the top, matching up all of the edges. So as we did for the lining, we're just going to sew along the top and bottom edges of this one. So don't panic too much about the sides. Just make sure you're nicely lined up on the top and the bottom. Well, you know, if you can make sure that you're as nicely lined up as you can be. And then we're just going to sew along those 2 edges, exactly the same as the lining one. Then we're going to turn it through and top stitch. Okay, so this overhang of the strap connectors, don't trim those. It might be very, very tempting, especially as we get sewing, it might be very tempting to trim those, but please don't leave those long. Just a little bit of extra security that what you're carrying in your bag is not going to break because your strap fails or something. Right, so now that I've pinned through the straps into the bottom, I can take those clips off. And then I'm going to sew using my regular stitch length, regular seam allowance, just as though I'm sewing a regular seam really. Tidy up my table a little bit and swap you over. I'm just sewing along the top and the bottom, so not the sides. Now if you want to, I would like you, well, if you want to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to backstitch over where those strap connectors go into the seam here on the bottom. It's your choice, but I would backstitch over these maybe just a couple of times just to be sure, unless you're using vinyl, which would weaken it, but if you're using cotton, just double stitch over those just to be sure that they're nice and secure. Right, so we can take all of these pins out, including the one that I've hidden in the middle I forgot to take out. And then we're going to turn it through, press it and top stitch it like we did for the lining. Just reach in and take that pin out. Try and catch myself on it. Okay, so turn this right sides out. Remember, don't trim those strap connectors. Just try and ignore them as best you can. So, now this is quite easy because if you've pinned them further up, you kind of know where the strap connectors are and what they're doing. So I would recommend just leaving those pinned for a few more minutes. Make sure that seam is perfectly turned out along the top. You don't really want to see your lining peeking through on the top. Well, I don't know, you might want to. If you want to see your lining poking through or peeking through, then you can sort of roll it a bit less, I guess. Leave those to one side. So we'll just give this a little press and then we can top stitch it. I do find though, when you're using something like the Decaville light, you don't tend to need so much pressing after turning through because you've got really nice, neat, crisp edges. Unless it wrinkles, you know, if you're very sort of turning through a very small bag or something, it can wrinkle, but your edges, your top and bottom edges will usually end up quite nice and neat. Right, lovely. Just pressing along the bottom of those backpack strap connectors as well. Right, double check that we top stitch it now. Yes, we do. Right, so we'll just top stitch this top and just the top. So don't top stitch anything else. Just gives that pocket a nice finished edge. I'm just going to make a note of that, ready for the next time I make it. By the time you make this pattern, it will already say it in there. Okay, so now we need one exterior panel, and mine are both the same, so it doesn't matter which one I have. Right, insert the female half of the magnetic snap onto one exterior panel, placing it in the centre and 3 inches from the top curved edge. Okay, so I need my pen again, I need my ruler. I could do with a little helper just standing at the side holding all my pieces, couldn't I? That would be really helpful. What are we doing? 3 inches and in the centre. Right. Now just before I insert this snap, I'm just going to double check the placement of the pocket. Okay, just to be sure. So assuming that the centres match up. Yeah, so as long as the centres of your snaps match up, then the side edges should match perfectly. That looks fine to me. So we'll take that second half of our snap, lay the washer on top of the exterior and mark through those prong holes in the washer. Use my little craft knife, just cut through those slits, and as we did before, add in a dab of fray check just to stop it pulling out or reduce the chances of it pulling out. We need another little scrap of our foam. I'm sure there's a market for somebody to produce these scraps ready cut, and with the prong slits already cut as well. I would definitely buy them in bulk. Okay, so I'll just mark my prongs on the foam. Snip through them. And then we're just going to push this half of the snap through from the right side. Add the scrap of foam and the washer. Just pushing down with my pen just to make sure it's exactly in, sort of all the way through, nice and tight. Hammer and try to encourage these prongs down. Oh, that one was a lot easier. We'll pretend it's a tried and tested method. There we go. And then a little scrap of tape onto the back just to stop the prongs rubbing through. There we go. So now we can snap those together for real this time. And then just make sure that your pocket is level. Okay, so it's parallel. It should match up at the sides, on the side edges, but just to be sure, just measure how far there is from the top of the corner cutout to the bottom of the pocket. So on mine there is oh, hang on, that's not, turn it around the other way, it's a bit easier to read. Mine is about 1 1/8 on that side, 1 1/8 on that side, so that's level. And before that moves anywhere, I'm just going to clip those sides into place. Now double check that your strap connectors are still parallel and even and facing the right direction, and if they're not, just straighten them up a little bit. And now we're going to baste into place along the side edges and then top stitch along the bottom. So mine is slightly, my cutting is terrible cutting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to top stitch along the bottom first and then flip it over and trim any excess that I've got of my sides. So I'm just going to use my regular top stitching stitch length, which is number 3 on my machine, and we're sewing 1/8 of an inch away from the edge, and that's 3 mil if you work in metric. Right, so we just sewed all the way over along the bottom, over the bottom of the strap connectors. So now I can see that on this side, my side is slightly wonky. So I'm just going to trim that down, not all the way, because that would be too easy. It's only wonky in one little bit. So, and I'm perfectly straight on the other side. Can't be perfect everywhere, can you? Things might be boring, I guess, if you were. I'll let you know if I ever find out. Okay, so now I'm just going to baste down these 2 side edges. I am going to switch to my basting stitch for this one. So within the seam allowance is 3/8 of an inch, so you can get away with basting at 1/4 of an inch if you want to. Oh, and don't forget to backstitch at the start and the end, just to secure these pockets. You know, just give it an extra level of security there. Right, lovely. That's one of our panels. All nice. You can start to see how your backpack is going to look once you add all of the elements. Right, so now this one we can add the rivets on. So we're going to add a couple of rivets just down near the bottom. Okay, so they're still pinned into place. Add a rivet through all layers, 1/2 inch from the bottom edge. And this will just help encourage the strap connector to stay up. So let's just measure 1/2 inch. Up from there. I'll use my chalk pen. And you can, no, that wasn't a 1/2 inch, that was a whole inch. Oops. You can measure where the centre is as well, or you can just guess it based on how it looks. So in line with that 1/2 inch, just going to make a little mark where my rivet is going to go on each side. I should probably swap you back to the close-up view. Let's do that. Okay, so I've got my 1/2 inch line there, and then I've just marked in the centre of each. So we'll get my big chopping board back. Well used, as you can see. So for these ones, because they're right in the middle, I'm not going to use my belt punch for this one. I'm going to use my hand punch. I'm using a Japanese screw punch for these ones. Just have to go through it a few times because of all the layers. That one. Nearly there. Yeah, all the way through there. Okay. And this one, it just uses the force of your hand to punch the hole. Okay, so I've gone all the way through all the layers, including the foam. And add a dab of fray check again. I do like to be sure of these things. And then a rivet to each. You can really get a feel for how your backpack is looking now, can't you, with the different fabrics. Right. Some people are excellent at visualising how it's going to look with the fabrics. I'm not so good. So once I get to this sort of point, I start saying, oh, that's exciting. Because I start to see how it's going to look. Okay, so I'm just popping the cap on. I've used medium. I could get away with large, but I think medium is okay. And then I'm going to use my rivet press again, just to secure these. Just need to make sure that that's nicely nestled in the anvil at the bottom. Okay, that's lovely. And the last one. Okay, great. And that's just to be sure that your backpack strap is as strong as it can be. So I'll lift my chopping board back down. Now we're going to add the, so we can pop this one to one side. Okay, we're done with that one. Sorry, I did that without showing you. So we can pop this one to one side. Done with that one. And now we need the second exterior pocket, and we need the contrast panel to start with. So we need a scrap of foam. So let's see. Right, so sorry, if you're using 2 magnetic snaps rather than the half moon, add your second magnetic snap how we did the first one. Okay, so for the half moon, it comes with 2 pieces. Get these pieces out. Right, so for this one, I'll get the screws out just to be sure that I don't lose them. Just to be extra sure. Okay, so leave the half moon snap and the screws in the bag and get your female half and the washer. Sorry, I was mistaken. Get your second exterior panel. Okay, and we're going to place this female half in the centre, and we're going to place it, let me double check, 2.5 inches from the top to the centre of the washer. So same as we had before. Have we got a centre mark on this panel? No, let's just add a centre mark. I'm sure I went through and added centre marks to all of these, but they all seem to have disappeared. So I obviously dreamt that bit. Right, so there's the centre there. And we're going to place it 2.5 inches from the top. And there's the centre line. So I'm going to add a dot then, 2.5 inches from the top in the centre. And then I can use that as the centre of my washer. Let me check, it says the centre of the washer. Yeah, 2.5 to the centre of the washer. Got it. Okay. So I'm just going to mark those prong marks that were on the washer. And again, use my little craft knife and dab a fray check. Do that just to make sure it's not going anywhere. And I'll get my tape out ready because I know what's coming. So we'll push the washer through from the front as we did before, and a scrap of stabler, because still nobody has invented that since the last washer I put in about 2 minutes ago. And use the washer to mark that. Now, one thing I will say about these half moon magnetic snaps before I forget, don't leave it installed and think I'll just be really careful with it, because guarantee you will scratch it on your machine when you forget that you're supposed to be being careful with it, and I can tell you that from experience. Right, so add our scrap and then the washer. Just check it's all the layers are down. Use a gentle hammer. Push these prongs down. And then a little scrap of duct tape, as we did before. Right, okay, so we've added that. So then we need the second contrast exterior pocket. I skipped ahead of myself there a bit. Now we should have a 2-inch by 1/2 inch scrap of stabiliser, and that is, if you're in metric, that's 5 centimetres by 1.2 centimetres. Okay, and this is just to sort of bulk up our pocket slightly so it's thick enough for that half moon magnetic snap to sit comfortably on, because it's got a fixed channel, the snap has, so if our bag or our panel is not thick enough, it won't hold on there. So we are going to tape it 1/2 inch from the top. So we're on the wrong side here, and 1/2 inch from the top. Now I know that my Decabill is 1/2 inch away from the seam, so I can just line it up with the edge of that and centre it. And then we're just going to add some tape to hold it in place. So we don't need loads and loads of tape, just enough to know that it's definitely holding. So what I like to do is line up the edge of the tape with the edge of the stabiliser, so that it's only really holding firm on one side, so that side is a little bit more sort of padded out, but it's definitely secured into place. Okay. Now what we can do is add our second lining, and again, as we did before, we're just sewing the top and the bottom. But I can see that my lining pocket is wonky. It's slightly bigger, like it was on the other one. So before we get to that stage, I'm going to trim it down now and pretend that it's always been straight when we get to that bit. Except you know, because I've told you. Right, so we're just going to sew it along the top and the bottom of this pocket, exactly the same as we did for the lining pocket and for the other exterior pocket. Use our regular seam allowance, regular stitch length. And we're going to back stitch at the start and the end. Oh, regular stitch length. That was still on basting stitch. Right. Okay. So we can just turn this right sides out and give that a little press now. I'll pop my other side down there. Wake my iron up. Be nice to fall asleep in the middle of the day, wouldn't it? Just turn this right sides out. I can see I'm getting a lot more creases this time than I did last time. Terrible. Right, so we'll just press along the top and the bottom edges. Press that into place so it's nice and neat. What I could do with a little bit more steam on that one. Just refill my iron briefly. I usually keep a spray bottle nearby in case I need to spray anything for some extra steam, but I find it's very handy for filling up my iron as well. Find that if you get a good iron which has got a good steam function, it runs out of water so quickly, doesn't it? There we go. That makes a difference, having a nice bit of steam. Just press lightly over the centre where that scrap of extra foam is, just to show willing, really. You don't want to compress it so much though that it doesn't fill the whole channel of that half moon magnetic snap when you come to install it. Alright, so now we're just going to top stitch along the top edge of this one, and we're going to use a 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. Our regular top stitching stitch length, that's 3mm if you're working in metric. Right, Now we just need to double check that that half moon snap fits nice and snug on there. So grab it out of the packet. We're not going to fit it properly now. We're just temporarily just double checking. Okay. So if there is a bit of protective plastic on it, just peel it back enough to get it onto the bag. Don't take it off all the way. Oh, that fits lovely. Oh, like a glove. Absolutely perfect. Right, so now we can use that to line up our pocket on here. I'm not sure whether that's in the centre. I don't think it is quite. Move over slightly. And just place your snaps together. Long enough to get the placement. So right, so you'll feel that's quite a strong magnet, that snap. So snap them together, and then you can sort of shuffle it left and right inside the snap to make sure that your edges line up. More importantly, you just want the base to be in the right place. So we can double check that they're in the right place. I think it was, that needs to go up slightly. Great. So once you're happy with the placement of that, now remember this will be the front of your bag. Well, I don't know, will it be the front of your bag? Depends how you carry it, doesn't it? You might want to show the backpack straps off. Right, so clip this into place. Right, I am going to remove this snap now before we go any further. Pop it back in there. And as I did before for the other pocket, I'm going to sew along the base first. I can sew along the bottom using my 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, 3mm, using my top stitching stitch, and then I'm going to do the sides just so that I know that this bottom edge is definitely perfectly parallel to the bottom. Right, okay, great. So now I can stitch down each side and baste it into place. I will use my basting stitch for this one. Okay, so that's secured into place. So we've done both our front and our back panels now. They're ready to go. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm just going to take a little pause for a minute and just get it set up for the next section. And then we're going to sew the front and the back together, box our corners and put it all together as one bag. Right, we're nearly there. So what we need now is both of our exterior panels with our pockets attached, backpack strap connectors attached, hardware installed, ready for magnetic snap installed there. We're ready to sew them together. So pop them on top of each other, and so like we did with the lining, we're going to favour matching these pockets. Okay, so where you've got two pockets, match those up perfectly and clip them into place. And then continue clipping the side seam. Really doesn't matter if we need to trim a little bit off the end or anything like that, but just as long as those pockets match. And I would favour matching the top of the pockets rather than the bottom. So my bottom of pockets don't match, but I can guarantee nobody will notice it because it's right down in the bottom corner, whereas the top, if anybody's going to notice, it'll be there. So I'm going to match the top of the pockets on that side as well. And all the way to the top. Back down the sides. And we're going to sew the side seams and the bottom seam of this, these two panels together. Okay, just smooth it out. So I've clipped the two side seams and just smoothing it out to make sure I'm sort of as matched as I can be. If you've got centre marks, just double check those, make sure they are well matched. Okay, so we're just going to use our regular seam allowance, 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimetre, and our regular stitch length, and we're going to sew along each side to the corner cutout, along the bottom, and then the other side as well. So we're going to go right from the very top down to the corner cutout, and just going to trim this corner cutout so it matches. It's like it matched all along. Okay, so let's just get sewing. I'll swap you back to the other view so you can see what I'm doing. So back stitch at the start and the end of each seam. Okay, great. Now we are going to box the corners. Now if you would like a really lovely neat finish, then just press these seams open on the bottom and the sides. Just, you don't have to do all of it, because I know that's probably going to be a bit tricky because you've got the stabiliser in there and it does get a little bit thick, but just do what you can of the very top and the very bottom. And for this, I think I'm going to use my little tailor's clapper, because I can just use it, just use the very end, and sort of pop it on. Just to press just this little bit. Oh, this is not much help, actually. It's not much help. Maybe I need to put it inside. You can just press just the very bottom and the very top of each seam. That's better. Just to press it open. Careful you don't catch your fingers, because there is steam here. If it's going to catch you, it will be now with the steam. Do the top edge. Just makes it a little bit easier to finish these last few steps with nicely pressed seams. But it does get thick, so I completely understand if you want to skip this step, that's okay. We'll just do each top corner. This is a little bit easier because of having removed the stabiliser from it. When we basted the stabiliser on earlier, we sort of removed it out of these seams, haven't we? Just really only be able to do the very bottom, sort of 3/4 of an inch to an inch on this one. We've got the pockets there as well. Just do what you can, and as you get into the seam, as you sort of nudge your iron up into that seam, it does enable you to go just a little bit further as well. Right, where have I done? I haven't done this bottom bit. So for the bottom, what I'm going to do is just fold back the layers on the base here, and just sort of whiz along with my iron, just to give them a little bit, you know, little bit of a chance of sitting neatly when we box our corners. Okay, Right, so now we're going to do exactly the same as we did for the lining. So we're going to open these seams out together, match them so that the side matches the bottom, and because this is quite a bit thicker with the foam, I'm going to use some clips. So match the side seam to the bottom seam and clip into place. This is a lot easier when you have pressed it and when you've clipped the foam out of the seam allowance, which is why we just do that extra little step. Just find it sits a little bit neater, sits a little bit flatter and a bit closer together. Okay. Right, so now we're going to whiz along this boxed corner. Okay. So we are, what's that there? Oh, that's my strap. I'll turn it over this way, as I was saying, on the side section. And we're just using our regular 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, that's 1 centimetre. Just back stitching as we tend to do. I'm just going to check I've caught everything as I should in that one, because I did go slightly wonky as I was sewing it. Yeah, we're all good. All fine. All fine and dandy. Okay. I think that one looks alright. Let me just double check that one as well. Yeah. Oh, apart from a loose thread, which I'll need to trim off when we get inside. I think we're all okay. Right. So now if you have a little peek inside, that's sort of what your bag's going to look like, but in reverse. So that's not helpful at all, is it? Right, now we need the lining. And we're going to put the two together. So turn your exterior right sides out. And we're going to put this inside the lining. And I know it's going to be a really tight fit. And I know you're thinking it's a lot easier to do it the other way round. But this way, you're only sort of turning it through the once. So you should hopefully minimise creases. Unless you've got a flatbed machine like me, in which case you'll be turning it through multiple times just to top stitch. And we'll just embrace the creases when we come to do our final press. Right, so double check everything looks good on the seams that you've just sewn. I'm just going to trim that thread that I caught sight of it. Oh, there we go. Perfect, it was loose anyway. So now that gives you a little bit of a better idea of how your bag's going to look, doesn't it? So you can sort of roll this bottom edge if you like, before you get all the layers in. We'll shape this properly once all the layers are in anyway. Right, so this is the back with the backpack strap connectors. So whichever side was going to be your back is the side you want to match to that. So that's the side that's got the rectangle rings attached. Make sure your zip, your lining zip and your zip pocket zip are both open, and then we're going to very gently and elegantly and delicately shove this into that. Now, don't worry too much about the fact that it doesn't quite fit perfectly. Shove it right down. As long as you can match these top edges, that's all you need to worry about. And for this, just to hold it in place. Oh, that's a point. Remember these rectangle rings? Turn them sideways on those strap connectors. Oh, I haven't top stitched my strap connectors. Hang on a second. Can't go back in time. Let me just unpick those and stitch them and get them back on again, because that is really annoying. That's going to be very frustrating, isn't it? And I'll notice that every time I look at the bag. I wonder how I managed that one. It's probably where I was trying to prepare ahead, wasn't it? Just remember which side these are on. So they're on the side with the zip pocket for me. You, of course, will have top stitched them in as you were supposed to in the pattern instructions, but if you didn't, now is your chance to unpick them and top stitch the sides. Okay, so I am just literally just going to whiz along, top stitch each edge. That was well spotted, wasn't it? Could have got to the end and then there wouldn't have been a way of top stitching them. Very risky top stitching orange and blue, isn't it? Okay, so we'll recreate these straps as though I did them right the first time. Let me put that seam ripper away before I catch myself on it. Safety never takes a day off. Okay, so a little bit awkwardly I'm going to get my lining and sort of fold back everything that we need to ignore. I feel like saying welcome to the life of a designer. This is basically what I do all the time. Right, so that's in the middle there. Let's get a clip. I'm just going to baste these into place as though none of this had happened at all, and we won't mention it. We don't talk about strap tabs. So just pretend the rest of this bag is not here, and we're about 5 pages back in the pattern. There we go. As if by magic. Ta-da! Strap tabs as they should have been. So before we get any further, take these rectangle rings and just turn them sideways so they're sort of bunched up onto the strap tab, and then just pin or clip the both layers together. I'm going to use a combination of pins and clips, I think. Pins for where I need it to definitely not shift. And if you would like to, then hand basting is definitely a good option for this bit. I hate hand basting. Okay, so I'm going to match my centres as well. So I've matched my handle tabs and my centre. Do the same on this side. And then I can ease the rest into place. And just manipulate this top so that they match. It's not going to fit exactly because the exterior is bulkier than the lining, so just be firm with it, encourage it down into place. Right, and then I'm going to match the side seams, and my lining side seams are nicely pressed open and the top of my exterior side seams are nicely pressed open, so that does help a little bit when matching side seams. So I've pinned my tabs together, my centres and my side seams. Just finish my last side seam and then we'll ease the rest into place, and I'll probably use clips for the rest. If you're not confident about putting something of this bulk through your sewing machine and maintaining the seam allowance on the curves, then do hand baste it, or you might like to draw the seam allowance on around the curves, just so you can make sure that you maintain that seam allowance. It's really important to maintain the seam allowance around these top tabs. The rest of it not so much, but the top tabs definitely. I don't know what it is about these rectangle rings. I keep turning them, keep turning back. I suspect I'll just keep turning them and realise I should have turned them only when I was sewing them. So if it says that in the pattern, you know that that's what I learnt. Right, that's the last side. Okay, so because I've got a flatbed, I'm going to sew inside my bag. If you've got a free arm, then you probably want to sew with the bag over the free arm. It's your choice, whatever you find easiest. Let me check I haven't finished anything. No, haven't forgotten anything, sorry. Swap you back to the other view. So I'm going to start actually on the back of my bag, just in case I have a little wobble or anything. Right, so I've got my foot inside the bag. A little bit hard for you to see, I know, but I'm going to be sewing round. So I'm going to start here at the back. Start wherever you feel most comfortable, and I'm going to try and maintain my seam allowance as carefully as I can. If you've got a speed regulator on your sewing machine, turn it down as slow as you can. We're using our regular stitch length and 3/8 of an inch seam allowance or 1 centimetre, and just take your time and sew all the way around until you get back to where you started. Right, okay, so I'm just going to add a dab of oil into my machine. I've been sewing for quite a few hours now, and I can hear it starting to squeak. Just add a dab of oil in. And then we know that she's all right for the next little bit. Okay. So as you saw, I was just pushing and pulling it out of the way however I needed to get round those curves and maintain those curves. Let's pull my bobbin thread up. just double check that I've caught everything I needed to catch. Everything's fine with the seam allowance. I haven't got any basting stitches that are going to be showing through. No, all fine there, all fine there. Right, I've got one little patch of basting stitches where I've obviously not maintained the correct seam allowance at some point. I'm just going to remove those before I turn it through. I think it's about 4 stitches. And I've used a contrast colour thread for these because I sewed them on my other machine, which makes it really easy to spot them, which is actually quite helpful. That's good. Okay, so if there's any showing through when I turn it through, I can take those out as well. Right, there's no more pins left in. Next thing I'm going to do is just unpick this. Do you remember we basted across our turning gap earlier, and then we steamed those stitches? If you haven't steamed them yet, give them a little steam now, and then when we take them out, they're going to leave the holes behind, and we can fold along those holes to close our turning gap. So I'm just going to take these out, and then I'm going to reach through and just double check that everything inside is as it should be before I clip anything or trim anything, because I would hate to turn through and then find that I'd caught a strap tab or missed some stitching or something, and it could happen, you know. Always better to check, I think, just to be sure. So I'm just taking these stitches out of the bottom. It's a nice big turning gap because it's a nice big bag, nice big practical size. Take those stitches out. I like to take all of the threads out from those stitches as well if I can, because then it means that I don't have to worry about those popping up later when I'm closing the turning gap. Okay. So now that that's open, and I know my zips inside are open because I double checked, so I can just reach through, and what I'm checking for, I'm just going to pull these through, is that my strap tabs have not been sewn into any side seams. No, that's fine. Or I probably shouldn't have pulled it through quite so far. I might struggle to trim it. Turn it back. You don't have to do this. I just like to double check. Yep, that one's okay as well. Right, I'll just have a quick feel around the top. Check everything is as it should be. Yep, right, so now we'll need our pinking shears. If you haven't got pinking shears, just use regular scissors and you can clip into the curves. So what we're going to do is going to cut these corners off, like so, and I'm trying not to snip through the strap tabs when I clip these off, just to so I don't weaken them. They are secured in a couple of different ways, but just in case. And then these ones. Now, because these are not protecting any strap tabs or anything, I'm going to double clip into those. Because those are on the front, so I want them to be really nice and neat and no bulk. So I'm clipping as much of the seam allowance as I can. I kind of went a bit too far on that one and had to reverse a bit. So I've left that one a little bit extra bulk on it, just so I don't clip through my stitching. And this one as well. It must be something about these second corners on these ones. Right, now I'm gonna, because I've got pinking shears, I'm gonna trim around these curves using my pinking shears. But if you haven't got pinking shears, just snip into the seam allowances down as far as your stitching, not through your stitching. Just snip into that all the way round. When we turn that through, then that will help this curve to sit really nice and neat. So on the top of your bag, which I think is quite important, isn't it? That's the bit that people will be looking at. Well, you'll be looking at, actually, more importantly. I don't know about you, but if I've done something that's not quite right, I don't tend to notice it unless it's sort of in the front and centre of my bag, and then that's the only thing I can see. Oh my goodness, it's very frustrating. I don't normally mind if it's a mistake that is not very visible. I don't really mind, because it just reminds me that nobody's perfect. But if it's on the front at the top, I think that would bother me. I'm just trimming these seam allowances down, and you can do these side curves as well, just sort of manipulate your bag into place and give it a squash. Whatever you need to do to get this bag done, really. Give it a squash, give it a squeeze, give it a few words of encouragement. And the other side, and then we'll be ready to turn it through and see what we've got. Hopefully most of a bag. Be nice, wouldn't it? After all this work. Okay, so as I come to these sort of side seams, I try not to clip too much into them so as not to weaken the stitching on the side seams. I know it's going to be stitched over again, but just think on a utility item like a bag, you want those seams to be nice and strong, don't you? Right, let's see what we've got then. So we're going to turn it through pocket and just gently but firmly just tug it through. I like to grab the base of the exterior bag and pull that through first, and then gravity should help with the rest. Okay. You hear those rectangle rings banging around, so if you can imagine if you still had your half moon magnetic snap on, how much that would be banging around as well. Right, so the back ones, it's very easy to pull them out because you literally just pull on the ring and the strap comes out, which we've nicely top stitched there. That's lucky. And then the other ones are slightly trickier because there's nothing to pull onto. So if you want to, pop your hand back inside through the turning gap. Just encourage those out. Give it a bit of a wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. And with these ones I would use my corner pointer thingy. Just pop it in and encourage those corners out nice and neat. Don't poke too hard in case you sort of come through your stitching, because we've clipped right into the corners there, haven't we? There's one. Now it looks like I'm missing a tab completely. That hasn't come out at all. Try and grab it as far down as I can. You're just going to have to trust me that that's what I'm doing, because you can't see anything, can you? Can't see what's going on inside. Right, there we go. Nice bit of gentle encouragement. Okay. Right, so is that 4 tabs out? That is. So let me use my folder on these two with the rectangle rings attached. Make sure they're fully out, nice and neat. Okay, lovely. Okay, so the next thing you want to do is just to press all around the outside, the top of the bag. If you're using a fabric that you can't press, then just clip this into place and maybe leave it overnight or for a few hours, just to hold it in place there. Okay. Give it a good little sort of wiggle, make sure all the seams are pulled out and everything's where it should be. Any loose threads Now's your chance to catch them. Okay. So I'm going to move my ironing board out a little bit so that I can get to the end to press the top of this bag. Wake my iron up again. So I'm just going to hang this on the end of my ironing board here and give it a little press as best I can. And it's these curves you want to focus on, really. They're the thing that you want to be nice and pressed into place, because it will make it easier to top stitch them then. You can pull it into place as you're sewing, so don't panic too much if you can't fully do it. It's not the end of the world, it's fine. Just find it easier to pull through my machine if I've got it nicely pressed. Okay, and don't be afraid of sort of handling it in a firm way. Just get it in position. Right, I think I might be back to the start. Great. Okay. Now I did the other one on close-up, so I'm going to do this one zoomed out so that you can see how I'm manipulating the bag through the machine. And the next thing we need to do is to top stitch around the outside. Now usually what I like to do is to top stitch on the outside of the bag, and I'm sure you're the same. So contrary to the instructions, I'm now going to turn my bag inside out so that when I'm stitching, because I remember with a flatbed I need to stitch inside the bag, so when I'm stitching inside the bag still, but on the exterior. And remember, I haven't closed my turning gap yet, okay, so if I need to, I can go in and make any adjustments through that turning gap in the zip pocket still. This is definitely going to need a good press at the end, isn't it? Sorry about the banging if you can hear that. It's my strap tabs making themselves known. Okay. Now this is not quite fully out, so I'm just going to reach through and double check what's going on in that little corner there. See what's going on. Right, it's a little bit bulky. I'm going to take away just a little bit of that bulk. I'm just going to snip very, very slightly into that bit where the seam allowances meet on the side seams. Snip a few extra little bits. See if that helps it sit better. Yes, much better. Great, and that side is fine. Okay. So this is the back of my bag. I think I'm going to start here and then sew around the back of my bag first and then the front of my bag, and by then I should have a good feel for it and have everything sort of a bit more experience to do the front. Right, so just manoeuvre this into place however you need to get this through the machine. I'm going to use my regular top stitching stitch length, and I'm sewing 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. Now when you get to these ends, these tab ends, let me swap you so you can see. When you get to these tab ends, sew across, top stitch against the end of the bag. Let me move my fingers so it doesn't. So sew across the end of the bags, not the end of the tab. Okay. So I'll go back to this view so you can see how I'm manoeuvring the bag as I go round. Right, oh, you're already on this view. If anybody's wondering, yes, I do regret not swapping to orange thread. Just in case anyone was wondering. Right, so I've gone all the way around. Not done too bad a job. So now what we can do is, yeah, I can turn it right side out. I don't need to leave it this way round anymore. There's no more stitching to do, or top stitching or anything. Obviously, if you've got a free arm on your sewing machine, then yours would be the right way round anyway. All of these corners out. Remember, we've still got our turning gap open, so we can go back in and get everything back in place. Everything nicely pushed out. Right, I've done our top stitching. Just push the lining back into place just for the minute. We're not quite finished with the lining anyway, because we've still got to close our turning gap. Just sort of pop that back into place there. Lovely. Okay, so now we're going to make our holes on these tabs, and this is what's going to fix the O-rings into place. So it says to make 2 holes centered on each of the 4 tab areas at 3/8 and 2 7/8 from the end. So that is 1 centimetre and 7.5 centimetres from the end. So I'll do, if I tuck those in there, maybe they'll stay. Well, they do. There we go. Tuck those in there. So I'll need my pen and my hole punch and free check again. Right, so we'll do 3/8 of an inch first. Let me swap you back so you can see a bit closer what I'm doing on the end here. Okay, and this is going to be centered, so let's have a look. 3/8 of an inch. I like to sort of count all the little markings on my ruler and then count in for the sides to get the centre. And 2 7/8. Very specific, isn't it? If I line my ruler up with that, then I can make sure that I'm getting it nicely centred. Okay, I'll do the other one. Again, 3/8 of an inch. Okay. Now, depending on how accurate your stitching is, you may need to sort of modify these, how far in your centre is. So on this one it was 1/8 of an inch more than that one. So, oops. Right, so that's 2. Let's just do the 2 for the minute, and then I'll go back and do the other 2. I'm just punching the holes through all the layers. Now, understand this is scary. I know it's scary because this is your very nearly finished bag. Okay, I'll add a dab of fray check to those before we go on to the other side. Okay, now on this side, remember that when it says from the end, it means from the end of the tab, not this bit that's got the rectangle ring on. So what are we doing? 3/8 of an inch. Okay. And 2 7/8 of an inch. Put there. And the same on this one. Interestingly, 2 of my tabs match and the other 2 match the others. So obviously got some kind of bias there. Right, I'm going to line up my mark with the ruler so that I know where the centre is there. There we go. Right, and we'll hole punch these 2. Add some fray check. We're very, very nearly done now. Into the last finishing touches. And a dab of fray check. Okay. What we do next is oh, hang on, let me I'll get my big chopping board again, because we're going to add some rivets. Just give me a little surface to lean on, it's a solid surface. So now we need our 4, we haven't got much hardware left really. Got our feet, still got 4 feet, yeah. 4 rings and some rivets. So I'll put my feet there. So we're going to secure these O-rings onto the tabs with some rivets. Pop that through. So fold that all the way down as far as it will go. And then what I like to do is put a rivet through from the other side. Find the hole, pop it through from the other side. Then fold this tab down so that this hole, oh hang on, I'm doing it the wrong way. What a silly. Put this post through from this side. Then fold this one down over, put that through the hole, and then add the cap. Nearly had inside out backpack then. Okay, so that's what we're doing. So that on the back you've got the rectangle ring and the strap connector on the same side. So I'll put this rivet through from the wrong side, as I did before, but do it correctly this time. Put the O-ring onto the tab and then pop that hole over onto the rivet. Pop the cap on. Now set these 2 and then we'll go on to the front. If you can't quite reach with your rivet press, then you can use the hammer and anvil. I just don't want to deafen you with my hammer on the video. Okay, so those 2 are fixed in place nicely. The other side. And this time we don't have the rectangle rings to contend with, only the O-rings. So again, put the rivet in from the other side. O-ring on. Fold the over. That's lovely. Okay, and then a cap. And these O-rings is what we're going to attach our top handles to give us those little carrying straps. I absolutely love carrying my backpack buy little carry straps if I've got a backpack. You know, sometimes you're leaving somewhere and you've picked up your bag and you think, oh, I don't want to throw it on my back now, just in case you take someone out. So I like to use my little carry handles for that. Right, let me swap you back to the other view before I forget to, and I'll set these 2 rivets. And then we can get on with finishing our bag. Right, there we go, rivets are done. We can add some more rivets later to the straps if we want. So don't panic if it's not blingy enough for you. Right. Now before I attach these backpack straps, I might just give this a little press and take out a few of these creases before I put the straps on. See if I've got my little, I've got a little ironing glove and I absolutely love it, but I think I might have misplaced it in the move, unfortunately. Yeah. Should we use my ironing mat instead? It's a real shame because it's a really handy thing to have, but that's okay. So it's just a tabletop ironing mat, this is. Just pop it in. So I've got my hand on the other side of this ironing mat underneath it, and I'm pressing up against the bag with the ironing mat between me and the iron, so that as I press down with the iron, I'm not feeling that heat. But remember, the steam can go through, so if you feel any slight heat, just pull your hand out straight away or lift the iron off. Please don't risk scalding yourself. Okay, so now that that side's done, I can just swap my hand from one side to the other and do this second pocket. This fabric is actually very good at hiding these little creases. You don't get many creases, do you? Just a few sort of little micro creases in there as you turn it. Okay. Great. Right, so now we are going to apply our backpack straps. Oh, we'll probably need rivets for this, won't we? Just after I've put my mat down, my board. Straps, we made those earlier. Here they are. Okay. So what we're going to do is we'll take one at a time. And with the flap up, so this is the bit that we folded over, and the slider up, I'm just going to put that on top like that, and then feed that through the rectangle ring from behind. Okay, so you've got your backpack strap like this on your bag. Let me see, check you can see okay, and the folded over bit is facing up. You can take this then and feed it through from the back over what's already there and out the other side. Okay, and that's going to be our backpack strap. Make it a little bit shorter. Then we need to fold that through this rectangle ring, and we are going to fold it over by, let's see, oh, it doesn't say. Viewer's choice. I'm going to do 1.5 inches just to be sure. That's 3.8 centimetres. And then you can stitch that to secure it. Let's thread the second one through and then I'll stitch them both at the same time. So just before you stitch it, just double check that that looks like it makes sense, that it looks like that's threaded through the right way and it's all fine. Okay, so we'll do same, so with the folded over side up, thread it through the rectangle ring, and then thread your strap through over what's already there and out the other side, and then through this second rectangle ring. Just double check that they are the same distance away. Yep, great. Got a loose thread there, let me just trim that one. Okay, so it's your choice now whether you stitch these into place or rivet them into place. I think I'm going to stitch mine into place, and then I can add rivets later if I want, but it's sort of a double layer of strength then. Literally just stitch that into place to secure it. Nothing too fancy about that. Make that short again. And then we'll stitch this second one. I might have to get creative with how I've got my backing. Okay, so if you would like to add a rivet, now is the time to do so on these bottom tabs. Or you could, bottom strap, sorry, you could wait until you've done the top handles and then add them together at the same time. So let's have a look at what's next. Right, so we've done the back straps. Okay, next is the top handles. So I'll pop that down there for the minute. So the instructions are exactly the same as for the other ones. So I've already done my fold. So I'm going to fold them back on themselves. So it's exactly the same. Fold it in half, fold each edge into the centre, and then fold it in half again so you get a fourfold. And then fold it back on itself. And we're going to stitch through both ends on this one because we want both ends to be nicely finished off. And the other end. So it's exactly the same as you've done for all of the other straps. There's nothing new on this one. Except I'm stitching with navy on orange fabric, which is risky, as we know. Before we trim, just make sure that these are the same length as each other. Yep, and then we're going to trim the corners as we did before. Exactly the same as we did. Just going to trim the corners, turn them right sides out. Of corners there, and we turn them right sides out and get my little corner poker thingy. Press these corners out, and then we're going to give it a little press just to make sure it's nice and flat before we top stitch. Okay, we're on the last page here. We are nearly done. And then we better take our new bag for a spin. Go somewhere exciting. Right, so we'll just give this a little press. I think we're done with that. I can go back in my drawer. That's the drawer where my electric rotary cutter lives, which is kind of banished for the minute because it's still too scary. It's very exciting. It's a little bit scary. So I've put it in the drawer and I'm pretending that it belongs to somebody else who's much braver than me. Right, so we'll just sew around all 4 sides of these because these are going to be fully finished handles. It's getting scarier and scarier stitching with navy thread on orange fabric, you know. I shall be terribly brave by the end of this. Right, okay, so that's those 2 top handles done exactly the same way as you did the others. And then we're going to attach these to our bag using some rivets. There's our bag. Now it tells you where to put your rivet holes, so they should be 3/8 of an inch and 1 7/8 of an inch, which is 1 centimetre and 5 centimetres. Okay, so just measure from the end and we'll centre them in the middle. Use my little hole punch again. It's what they say, 3/8 and 1 7/8. And we're just going to use these to attach our rivets. So 1 7/8. Could do with a ruler that only has all of those funny odd 1/8 of an inches. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Bag maker's ruler. Okay, so we'll punch a hole on each end. We're going to do these 2 holes on both ends of both straps. And then we'll fray check them as we do. That's the middle there, and 1 7/8 of an inch. Right, I'll fray check these 2 ends, and then we'll do the other handle. Leave that chance to dry for a minute or a moment, not a full minute, is it? Okay, pop that there. So we'll punch the other holes in here. And 1 7/8 of an inch. All these measurements are in your pattern anyway. But, just in case you find it easier for me to tell you rather than have a look at the pattern, you've got it there. Okay. You could stitch these if you'd prefer to, rather than rivet. It just gives it a nice finish, I think, because the tabs are riveted into place, aren't they? 3/8 of an inch. Oh, nearly lost my fray check. And this is the last one. these holes. Oh, punch the other ones, yes, punch the other ones. So I'll just add a free check here, and we can add the rivets. Right, so we'll leave that one to dry for a moment. Come back to this one. So decide which way round you want the tabs of your handles. So when you thread this through, you could either have the tabs or the overlay on that side so that it matches, or you could have it this way so that it's hidden, but when it's down it matches. So it's your choice. I'm not going to make that decision for you. You can choose. I think I am going to have mine so that when it's up you can see the fold over like that. And need some more rivets. Might have to get some more rivets. Right, so I'll put one through from that side and then through that hole. Snap that into place, and then I want to make sure that it's not twisted as I'm popping it through on the second side. Okay, excellent. So I'll pop these all into place and then secure them with my rivet press. And this is the last one. Right, now do I want to add a couple of rivets to the ends of the backpack straps? I think I will, and I'll do that now just before I get my rivet press out, and I can secure them all together then. Oh, that one's already got a rivet on. Better do it on this one. So again, try to centre it. You can measure it, or you can just do it by eye. If you like things to be sort of done to perfection, then measuring is probably better. Okay, I'll have to try and remember which ones are which then when I come to set them with the rivet press. I've already got some set on here, so that's nice. So my strap has got quite a few little rivets on it, just giving it a little bit extra focus there, a bit of extra interest. And the straps have as well, which is nice. Right, so all that's left after this is just adding our feet and our base, which is excellent. Forward again. It's a lot easier to do rivets on a very solid surface. So if you have got a solid surface, you don't have to worry about getting the board up and down. Right, so we'll do these ones on the backpack straps first, so that I don't lose which ones they are. And then we'll do the top handles. Check those are all set. Yep, they're all fine. Now on the top handles, can be quite easy to lose track of what rivets you're setting where, so just work your way round in sort of a clockwise direction, or anti-clockwise, I can never remember which way. Just make sure that your O-rings are out of the way as you're setting these rivets, so you don't catch your rivet setter on the O-rings. I suspect it would damage one or the other. Right, so double check all of those are set fine. Yeah. Okay, great. Feet and base, and then nice outing for our bag. Right, I've got my feet here, and I've got some base. Now today I'm using mesh. Usually I use cheap plastic cutting mats, but I've run out, and I've discovered that if you use mesh, you don't have to punch holes for the feet. So in the instructions, step number 55, it gives you the measurements for where to punch your holes in your bag base. Okay, but in this case, because I've got mesh and it's got holes in it, I don't have to punch holes, which is very nice. So I just need to cut it to size. Now it says in the what's needed. So I need 11 inches by 4.5 inches. See, I could probably get it out of this. Oh no, I can't. Right. 11 by 4. Oh dear, I think I shouldn't have turned that over now. Confused myself. How hard can it be? Eh? 11 by 4.5. And this mesh is lovely. Let me just double check my measurements. Lost it again now. 11 by 4.5. 11 by 4.5. Yeah, lovely. This one is lovely, and you can actually just cut it with a rotary cutter. And I keep a blade that I use just for paper and plastic, things like this, so that it doesn't matter if it's a little bit blunt. Like, you wouldn't want to use a blunt one on your fabric, would you? But you don't mind using it on paper or plastic. Right, so there's my base. I'm going to have to describe to you what I'm doing because you won't be able to see it. So I'm going to insert this through the zip pocket. And remember, we've still got a hole in the bottom of our zip pocket, so push it all the way through between the layers, right onto the bottom. And if your mesh is like mine, it's got a few sort of edges on it, you have to just give it a bit of a encouraging wiggle into place. So pull your line out of the way so that it's only the exterior layer and the mesh. And then what we're going to do is pop our feet through. And if you've punched holes in your bag base, like the instructions tell you to, then just make sure you're lining up those holes. If you're using mesh like me, just make sure that your feet are kind of not sitting wonky. So just make sure that they're just pointing in the right direction. Okay. So just push this third one in. Oh, I get so excited when I get near to the end. Can't quite, there we go. Couldn't quite get it into the hole of the mesh there. And I'm opening up my feet. And what you probably want to do is reach through the turning gap and add a little bit of duct tape to the prongs on the back of the feet as well, just to hold it in place and just to make sure that they're not going to rub through either. So I'll just add a little touch of tape, and then all we need to do is close our turning gap and admire our bags. That's one. So just move everything out of the way so you can see where you're aiming for. Won't get duct tape stuck to odd things inside. Okay, that's the third one, so just one more left to do. And then we'll finish our bag. Okay, all done. Now, don't forget to close your turning gap before you go. So don't finish there. Do close your turning gap, because I've got a number of sample bags which I've sort of not quite finished to completion, and all they need is the turning gap closing up. So if you do it now, when you're so close, it'll be done. So I'm going to listen to myself and do my turning gap now before I finish my video, because otherwise it might never get done. So apologies if you've already finished and you're kind of hanging on waiting for me to finish mine. Sorry. Just fast forward me and then meet me at the end. Be fine. Okay, so where we stitch that turning gap, you should be able to just purely fold along those holes, those stitch marks, and it should sit nice and neat then. Right, now I'm going to close this on a machine. If you prefer to hand stitch, then just use a ladder stitch to close that turning gap. But I'm just going to sew with a really scant 1/8 of an inch seam allowance, kind of a 2 mil. There we go. Right, let's get the last thread, and then you can tuck your lining inside. So first of all, I like to tuck my zip pocket inside. Make sure that's nicely pushed out into the corners of the zip pocket. And then I like to close my zip pocket. And then I can use my hand just to sort of, I just spread out with my fingers inside, so put it in, spread out, and then that helps those corners to sit nice and snug inside. Now that looks great. I'm really pleased with that. Phew, it works. That was lucky. So you can either carry your bag with your zip tail hanging out, or you can kind of poke it down the side. There's a little gap right at the end of the zip there. You can just poke it down inside and it will hang down inside your bag. But it's handy having it so much longer extra, because then you can open your bag really nice and wide. So there's our finished bag, or there's my finished bag. And oh no, it's not. I've forgotten something. I've forgotten my snap. Hang on a second. There we go. Nearly finished. Right. Now what I'm going to do, I've got ahead of myself there, didn't I? This snap comes with a centre screw. Let me swap you onto the other view so you can see a bit better. So this snap comes with a centre screw. So I like to just confirm that that's definitely tight in there. So I know we've tested it already. Let's move these out of the way, and we'll just do another little test fit just to be sure that it definitely fits on. Yep. Right. Now I want to make sure that it definitely matches up with my snap that's on the main bag. Okay, so just sort of wiggle it along, manoeuvre it. Right, that's perfect. What I'm going to do is add a couple of pins either side, just to indicate to me where exactly that snap is supposed to go. So that I can make sure I get it in the right place again. I'll just take that off, and I'm going to add a little bit of fabric glue into that channel there, just for a little bit extra strength and protection. Or, well, you could add it along the edge of the pocket, I suppose, Not that you can see that along the edge of the pocket there, but I'm going to try and aim for inside. I'm just adding a little dab in either side. As I said, it's just a little bit extra protection. There we go. Okay. Now I know this is awkward compared to putting it in earlier, but they do scratch quite easily, and I didn't want to risk that. So we just need the 2 screws that we've got. There's a spare one in the pack there. Make sure not to lose that. And if you've just left that a moment just to for the glue to set, that should be fine. So I'm going to attach a screw onto my magnetic screwdriver. Just very, very carefully making sure that the edge of the pocket is still firmly inside the edge of the snap. Screw that into place. And again, these have got the self-piercing ends on them. You should be able to go through your fabric just fine and attach into place. Right, let's double check that is in the right place before the glue dries. Yep, perfect. There we go. Right, now we've finished our bags, and that does really help, that little bit of extra bling on the front. I'm not sure how well you can see that on the screen, but it looks great to me. So I'm really pleased with that. Really like that. I think that's a really practical bag, really lovely, and I really appreciate you joining me to make it. So if you make a studio backpack, I'd love to see it. Please do tag me if you're posting on Instagram or Facebook. We're just at Sewing Patterns by Mrs H. And if you'd like to buy any other patterns, you'd like to give us a go, you can find my other videos in our YouTube channel, Sewing Patterns by Mrs H on YouTube, or you can find the patterns at www.mrs-h.com. Thank you for joining me.